What's up, people from all over the world, galaxies, the 12 known galaxies, and beyond? It's time here to come and get your fix for all things nerd. Yes, we're back, folks, and tonight we got a good one. Aquaman and Shazam have been moved once again. Now Aquaman takes place after the Flash movie. What does this mean? Has the Snyderverse been restored? Does this mean Affleck is going to be the Batman going forward? Who knows? There's some that claim to know. But here's the other question. Batgirl. Oh, Batgirl. Funeral showings at WB, because I'm sure they're just trying to rub the salt in, right? They're just trying to piss people off, tick people off, and just, hurt people, because that's what they're doing. They're not trying to, save money or anything, trying to, resurrect a company that has been sold, 3 times in the last decade. Nah, I'm sure they're just bad guys. They're villains. They're the villains of the story. They've lived long enough. Oh, they've only been in power now for, a few months, and they've had to, overcome the fact that they inherited a bunch of nonsense and movies that were rushed into production that probably should have never been there. But no, I digress. I'm sure it's just because they're evil. But funeral showings, apparently. And then, hey, we might as well just go ahead and erase the whole thing, right? Just act like it never existed. And did you hear this? Henry Cavill is going to be in Black Adam. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we hear about how Henry Cavill is going to be in Black Adam. Now, look, would I love it? Absolutely. Will it happen? I don't know. But we're going to talk about it tonight here in the Poindexter Lounge. So stay tuned. Let's have some fun, shall we? Strap in. It's time to get your nerd on here, Poindexter Lounge.
Oh, nice.
What's up? That's just for you, Marcus. I'm sorry. I left up the thing just for you. What's up, ladies and gentlemen? What's up, nerd family? Welcome once again to the Poindexter Lounge. My name is Enosh, aka Enosh Vet. And it's great to have you with me in the lounge today. I hope that you're doing well. I hope that you're having a better day than me. My day has sucked for just a variety of reasons, and but you know what? I'm here. As Elton John said, I'm still standing. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And so that's what we're gonna do. A variety of stuff happened today, but also Tiffany was in the hospital a little bit today. She's okay. She's home. She's having a lot of she's having some back spasms, and so we ended up taking her in and stuff. But she's doing all right now. But I had to get a little wordsy with the doctors and stuff because they were just like, yeah, we're just gonna send her home with a Valium and a lidocaine patch. And I'm like, maybe you should actually like follow up on some stuff, like when you go in with like nausea and dizziness and you know numbness in your extremities. You probably should do more than just be like, hey, here's a Valium and and a lidocaine patch. And I looked at the doctor, I was like, literally, man, I could go to the drugstore right now and go get a lidocaine patch. Screw that, man. You got to do something. So, but they took some X-rays, did some stuff. She seems to be okay, and so that's that. And just some other stuff that happened today. Just frustrating. You can't do anything about. And but you know what? We are here, and I'm here with you, and you're here with me. And so welcome. And if this is your first time to the lounge, don't worry. I don't usually just like dive into like all the stuff that goes on in my day that's just bad. Just happened to be today was one of those days. But we're gonna set the bar. We're gonna raise the level because we're professionals here at the lounge, and we're going to make sure that we rise above those things, put those things aside, and do a professional show here for all of you, and make sure that you all feel entertained, energetic, and awesome. And so we got some fun stuff planned for tonight. We got a lot of cool, fun stories. I don't know who's going to stop by tonight. I don't know who might show their face here at the lounge. But also, I bought this Magic 8 Ball at Goodwill today. And I paid a whole $2 for it, and I say that we put it to good use tonight. What do you think? All right, so if you got a question that you want to ask the 8 Ball, you can get that in. And, this is a pretty good segue, actually, right here for our Patreon and members and those of you who support the channel by giving super chats. We appreciate you guys so much. You guys are awesome. And so thanks to all of you guys, all the members there. There we go, loop-de-loo. There go all the members. Hurrah, hurrah. But thank you guys so much for all your support. I do appreciate it. I can never express to you guys how much really I do appreciate all the love that you guys send to us, and it means a lot. And of course, super chats, whatever. And if you do that, you're in the running for one of our giveaways that we do periodically. We got a giveaway right now. Of course, there's some of you who just want to skip all that, and you just are like, hey, we don't want YouTube to get anything. We just want it to all go to you. So I always appreciate that. Because they take a hefty amount. So there are links down there below where you can do that. Or, of course, you could look at our store and find maybe a little something there that you like. Maybe something for you. Maybe something for the significant other. Maybe something for your little one. We got people who've gotten stuff for their babies and stuff on there. Some little onesies and stuff. Some Poindexter Lounge nerdy babies, right? But also we want to, and don't forget right now, if you do that, you're in the running for this bad boy right here. This Scare Glow action figure. Look at him in all of his beauty and all of his glory. All you got to do is be one of those things. Be a patron, be a member, give a super chat, do whatever. And you're in the running for that. And if you got some questions for the 8 Ball, get those questions in that way as well. All right. But don't forget our wonderful sponsors at bullysticksdirect.com. What is bullysticksdirect.com? Well, I'll tell you in just a second. First, check out this little thing about one of my little puppy dogs, Marty McFly.
It's my puppy dog. This is my puppy dog. He's a cute puppy dog, and I love that puppy dog a lot.
I sure do. That's one of my little puppy dogs. That is Marty McFly, and he is one of our spokes dogs for BullySticksDirect.com. And BullySticksDirect.com is a great site. It's a great product, and something that I have gotten really familiar with over the last few weeks. Has been heading up helping them with some of their social media stuff and doing TikTok videos and YouTube videos. So I invite you that if you have not yet, go over to BullySticksDirect.com. They've got a lot of great products there, a lot of great things for your dogs, and your dogs are going to love them. Look, and they're all natural treats and chews and all kinds of stuff. Look, you get free shipping on all orders. You can auto ship and save. It's all natural, preservative free, no added hormones or antibiotics. It's a single source supplier and for quality and consistency. These guys are great. I know them personally. And so I vouch for them. I've been feeding my own dogs this stuff, and they love it. I swear, man. You know, Wookie, he gets a bully stick like when because he really likes the these braided sticks right here, and so he'll get that and he'll just kind of chew on it a little bit, you know, and do his thing, and he'll just kind of take it, you know, all to himself. Marty also, he's a little tinier, so he'll go grab his. Usually he steals Harley's at first because Harley will get it and like set it down for a second, and then like Marty will just come in and just grab it, and I end up having to give Harley another one. But Marty will take his time, just chew on it or whatever. Harley she just inhales them. She literally just inhales the thing. She just doesn't care, and it's gone literally before the other dogs finish theirs. And she's, you know, sometimes there's even been a couple times like it's been gone before I even get the bully stick to the next dog. So it's kind of funny like that, but they absolutely love this stuff. And so like you can see there on the screen, they got a lot of different products, a lot of different things. There's all kinds of informational stuff that you can see there about how it helps with anxiety. It gives them something to do, because they got not just the chews that are like just like for snacks and stuff like that, but they have also, you know, some other things that, you know, last a whole lot longer, you know, some horns and big chewable you know, things like that will definitely last a lot longer for your dog. And if you go ahead and you check them out, and I do encourage you to do so, make sure that when you're going to the checkout that you put in your code Poindexter to save 10% off your entire order. So I mean, free shipping, 10% off your order, great stuff for your dogs. How can you go wrong? Go to bullysticks.com, bullysticksdirect.com, I should say, and go check them out. Also follow them over here on YouTube. If you look up Bully Sticks Direct, it's right there. Also on TikTok, we're trying to build the TikTok, so it helps me. If you help me, help them. And so go ahead and do that. Also, shout out to everybody on TikTok. If you're not on TikTok with us yet, we've had some great content this week. It's one of the most mundane things I think I've ever done, and it turned out really weird. I just did one of those things like where you pick, you know, the hero, and so I saw this one, and first it was like Captain America versus I don't know, was it like the Hulk, and I picked Captain America, which some people got ticked off about that. I don't know why, but I picked Captain America. There's like Captain America versus somebody else. Oh, Aquaman, and I picked Captain America for all you that, you know, all you Marvel fans that get on my case all the time. No, I picked Captain America over Aquaman even, and then Superman came up, and I was like, yeah, it's Superman. And it was like Superman versus CW Flash, and I was like, yeah, it's Superman. And then it was like Superman versus Iron Man. I was like, yeah, it's Superman. And it was Superman versus Black Widow. And I was like, it's Superman. And then it was like Superman versus Thor. And I picked Superman, you know, over Thor. Unknowingly opened up one of the biggest can of worms I think I've ever seen in my life. It has now spanned several videos of responses to people, to comments. And it's just been hilarious, but go check all that out. And one, even I got a video taken down for violating their rules or whatever, and I didn't violate anything. Literally, a guy got so mad, he said, "I don't care what you say about Thor. Thor would beat Superman, and if you don't think so, just shut the F up." To which I answered it, and I said, you know, normally I would just tell you, hey, if you don't like the content, just go away. Just go away. Do your own thing, man. You know what? If you don't like it, don't watch it. Or I would tell you, hey, like if you think so, you go F yourself. But, I didn't. I said, hey, you know what? Just prove to me how you think Thor would beat Superman in any form. Because I'd seen a lot by that point. People were like, well, what about this Thor and this Thor power set and everything? I was like, well, you got to go. If you're going to give one character a multiplier like that, it's like, Rune Thor, or Galactic Thor or whatever, well, then you got to be able to do the same thing with Superman, which means you got to be able to boost Superman up. And I'm like, if you get to Superman 1 million, yeah, that just does it. Right? I mean, like, how are you going to beat Superman 1 million? For those of you who know the comics, like, that's just not going to happen. And then also, I did have one person come back to me and go, well, there is the one above all, which is Marvel's version of God, right? And I was like, well, yeah, I would hope that, like, God could beat Superman because, like, God created everything. I was like, it's the same thing in DC where they have the character, the Presence. Like, you have the Presence, you have the one above all. Yeah, I would hope so. Then people got into arguments over like who was better, the Presence or the one above all, and how many layers Marvel had in their universes between that and DC. And my God, what a can of worms I opened up. But yeah, and I still don't understand why I got the video taken down for violation. It doesn't really make any sense at this point. I mean, like, I didn't say anything derogatory towards the guy. The guy was just mad because he had no leg to stand on, and he literally told me to go shut the F up. And I was just like, hey, no, man, hey, just why don't you, you know what? No need to get all that way. Just prove to me that you're right. And he reported my video for asking him to prove in the comics how he was right. Yeah. Interesting, isn't it? Interesting. But yeah, so it is what it is, and we're all good. All right. Oh, hey, I got a couple things here to hit up, and then we'll get started. But yeah, go check out bullysticksdirect.com. It's a great place. It's a great thing, and you will love it. And not only you, but all of your pets. What's up, Simon Section with the $9.99 super chat to get us started off tonight? Thank you, buddy. Says, Heenash, sorry your day sucked. Hey, man, you know what? I will live. Thank you, though. I appreciate it, buddy. I appreciate the love. Says, I'm glad you have gotten, I'm glad that you have gotten my pictures, videos of my local laundromat Star Wars pinball machine, which is definitely bigger than a baby's arm. Bionic. Yes. He sent me, Simon sent me pictures of the newer Star Wars pinball machine. For those of you who don't know, I just got a Star Wars pinball machine a few weeks ago, and which I love, and I've had so much fun playing it. But yeah, there's a newer one, and so there's that, and so yeah, man, thanks for sending it to me. Hey, but you know what it's time for? Because Rational Skeptic is a member, and when we get a new member, you know what that means? Oh, I think some of you do. Can anybody in the chat, though, tell me what a new member means? What does it mean, guys, when we get a new member? Huh? Anybody? Anybody out there? I see. Come on, I see you. I see you furiously typing away right now. Come on. Oh yes, Jared and Blake, you're absolutely right. That means it's time for the woo.
Showtime! Woo! 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 Silent and profiling. Woo! It's live and in color. Woo! 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 Slow down.
That's only 42 seconds of the minute 58 that video is. But hey, yes. Hey, Rational Skeptic, great to have you on. Great to have you as a member. Thank you so much. All right. I'm going to bring out right now. I only got one person in the back, so hey, we do this. We do this show rain or shine. We do this show with one person, two people, whatever. I can do the show myself. Whatever we got to do. It's always great when we have a couple more people on. But you know what? We do the show no matter what. And ladies and gentlemen, right now with me, of course, I have the one, the only. I gotta get my music up for him. The proper one. Ooh, you know what that sound is? That's the sound, boys and girls, of somebody coming into the lounge. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the lounge. He's no stranger to the lounge. He's got his dirty Bob Rosses in the background. Ladies and gentlemen, he just saw Sammy Hagar tonight. So I'm sure he's here to dish a little bit about Sammy Hagar and the show that he saw tonight. But also, ladies and gentlemen, welcome the proper one, Justin Proper. What's up, Justin?
Hey, how you doing?
Holy cow, dude! Turn your microphone down. It's like so distorted, dude. So distorted.
Sorry. I'll be a little bit more quiet.
No, dude, your microphone was just like it's like distorted and like super loud, dude.
Is
Super
this
loud.
better?
Yes, it's much better. Much better. Much better.
I'll talk a little bit more quiet. Okay.
Okay. All right.
Even though I'm very excited.
Hey, Todd. Oh, you know what? I was hoping Todd would be here, and I was hoping he would say something about She-Hulk, because I discovered this new guy on. Hold on, let's see if I can find the guy's video.
You did.
Oh yeah. I discovered this new guy on TikTok, and he's called Billy the Bad Take Pop Culture Fan. And hold on just a second as this pulls up, because I'll show you a little bit of something. Because Todd here says that She-Hulk is great. Now, have you seen She-Hulk yet?
About the first half of the first episode, and I was not a fan.
No, not a fan.
No. I mean, you know, it's funny. I loved the look of She-Hulk, like the character when she is her Hulk form, much more than her human form. I also found it very interesting that just the blood, dripping after a car accident, that she becomes a Hulk. But
well, I mean, that's how that works, though, dude.
I don't know how. Yeah, again,
I mean that's. There was a couple things that I kind of had a problem with. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't think it was perfect, but I liked it. I thought it was a little rushed how she just got like. I thought it was. I haven't given like an official synopsis of what I think of it yet, but I felt like it was just. I felt like it was a little rushed that she just kind of was like her origin story and everything was just like. I can go do it all, and I'm gonna go do it all, and bye.
Yeah, it felt like very sloppy writing, and I only saw the first half of the episode. So I
would say they just need to be honest and be like, yeah, we wrote a real feminist character. I mean, like, there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, Michelle even says they went full feminist with her character. Yeah, like I felt like
I didn't like that. I didn't like that.
I felt like they went. I didn't feel like it was like obnoxiously like militant or anything. Like, there was a couple of times that her and the Hulk kind of went back and forth. But I'll be honest with you, though, I really am not liking his Hulk at all. His Hulk has gotten Ruffalo's Hulk has like pushed me to the point that like I just don't care about that Hulk anymore. I'm ready for that Hulk to go Hulk rage again, because I'm tired of watching Smart Hulk now. Like I get it. It was Professor Hulk was, a thing, but even in the comics, it came to an end, and there's a reason for the Hulk, and I just, yeah, it is. But hey, but like I said, this is for no, it's not slander about She-Hulk. You want to hear slander about She-Hulk? You should listen to this guy, because this guy, I was appalled, Todd, by this guy, and I'm a little concerned with listening to any of his other takes. But I was
no.
I was a little
Is this
appalled.
someone I know?
I was appalled by this guy, Billy the what was it, Billy the bad take pop culture fan. So take a listen.
Hey, Billy here. I just want to tell you my thoughts on that She-Hulk movie or show there. That just came out. Yeah, I'm a big Hulk fan. Go way back, me and the Hulk. Love that. Love me some David Banner back there. Bill Bixby. You know, they changed his name from Bruce because they thought that, you know, Bruce sounded like it was a little too gay, and they didn't want that, so they changed it to David for the show. I don't know why they changed it back. I thought it was a good idea, but you know, that there She-Hulk, she's pretty to look at, ain't she? But you know, she's got a little bit of an attitude, you know, trying to tell the men what to do. You know how it is, and I just don't know if I get down with that. But you know, I don't like a woman can throw me across the room either. If anyone's gonna be doing the throwing, it's gonna be me, and you know how that is. But I don't know. I'm gonna wait and see how it is. I'm a big MCU fan, so you know, I do believe that they'll eventually get it right, and we'll see more of that muscular.
I don't know where he was going with that at the end. I mean, he sounded like he was wanting to see a muscular dude or whatnot,
Why?
but you know,
His mouth doesn't seem real.
I don't know. It's weird, man. It's, you know what? It's you know, it's the internet. I mean, you know who else's mouth didn't seem real? Henry Cavill's in Justice League. The whole upper lip thing, you know. So I mean, I don't know. Maybe Warner Brothers is doing the CGI for this.
Hey,
guy.
this is what I think about this. with a stupid fucking smile on my face. Like that's.
I know. Well, you know, we'll have to see. We'll have to see if we get more misogynistic bad takes from Bad Take
was
Billy.
Misogynistic or
I don't know, man. He was talking about that she's nice to look at, but didn't really want to, you know.
I mean, she is nice to look at when she is the Hulk.
And you know, he's worried about her throwing guys around. You know, he wants to throw the women around. So I don't know, man. It seems
is
like
that really the message? I don't know.
It seemed to be from him.
It would depend on what his other videos are and what his messages are. So
sure that. By the way, I want to say to both Simon and Rational Skeptic, if you guys want to get in some questions for the Magic 8 Ball, please. You Simon gave a super chat and Rational became a member, so you have access now to the oracle that is my $1.99 Magic 8 Ball that I got at Goodwill. So it is magical. Honestly, I was having a conversation with it today, Justin, and it was kind of freaking me out. You ever get into this, like, and you're just like, okay, you need to stop right now, like. And then you end up asking it a specific question, and then like it still answers you directly, and you're just like, okay, I'm a little weirded out now. Like, are you a real thing? And it's like, yes. And it's like,
I called that praying.
Oh yes, to the Magic 8 Ball.
Yes.
To the Magic 8
Ball. To a Magic 8 Ball. Or God himself, who knows? No, I'm kidding.
Hey, whatever floats
I'm
your
kidding.
boat, bro.
Look, man. At the end of the day, it was God himself on the 8th day that said Justin will not see any members of Van Halen live for any circumstance without repercussion. Yeah. If you saw that chat that we had, yeah. The odds were not in my favor at all. All bad luck.
Well, yeah.
And we could talk about it if you want, but
let's get to that in just a second. First of all, I want to get Jared Jar Jar's Faja, with a $5 super chat. Says this Sunday I will be on Faja. This Sunday he will be on Quantum Gaming with Jimbo. Come see me and Jimbo play my game I'm making at 6 p.m. Eastern Time. Yes, do that. Go check out. You can check out Quantum Gaming right here on Poindexter Lounge. Sunday nights at 6 p.m. Monday nights at 9 p.m. And yes, hey, Zeno, you have been a member a month, and so now you have a T-shirt coming to you. So I do believe you sent me. Did you send me what T-shirt that you wanted? I think you sent it. Let me see. Did you send? I think you sent me. He sent me his size. Oh, you just wanted the regular. Okay, that's right. You just wanted the regular Poindexter. You wanted the classic. You wanted the classic. Excuse me, Poindexter lounge shirt. So I will get that out to you, bro, for sure. I got to get a few things out. I got to get a shirt out to you. I got to get a hoodie because the deal is you can either get when you join at the highest level, you can either get a T-shirt every month or you can bank 3 months and get a hoodie. Now I don't know where you live, Zeno, but the winter months are coming, so I always like to make sure that people are aware of that. What's up, Nerd Cosa Nostra, my friend? Let's see. I think you guys were. Well, I can't wait to see, man. Hey, this is awesome. By the way, this is awesome, Michelle. Congratulations to you and your second child. Yeah. We were here for the entire run of the first one, and so glad to see you're retiring the first one and going on with the second one. And that's always good.
First kid. You know what you said.
Yes, I did. Like then the first one had a good run. You know. Yes.
You sent him off to the fields. He lives on a farm now. That's what.
But we got to overthink the Magic 8 Ball Jay sneeze. We've got to. So but we need a couple of and now Zeno can ask a question of the Magic 8 Balls. So if you give a super chat or you become a member or whatever during the show, you get a chance. You get 3 questions for every super chat. You get 3 questions. So there you go. So you get 3 questions of the Magic 8 Ball because I figure
no matter what amount.
Well, yeah, you know what? Like $5 or more, but like you can you know what? We already got $1.99. I don't care. You get 3 questions because you always got to get the first question, right? And then the first question always opens up like more questions, right? So then you need a follow-up question and then a closing question. So there you go. And yes, Henry Cavill is a sexy man. Now, did you see that Henry Cavill was voted the second sexiest man in the world?
I did see that. Yes.
Did you see that? That is a
earlier
travesty.
today.
I don't know what the heck is wrong.
I don't know, but that's as a bisexual man, I think there are much more sexy men than Henry Cavill, even though he's a very good-looking guy. I mean,
then I question your bisexuality. Because as a heterosexual man, I will just tell you that dude is sexy. Now, whoever that is
absolutely.
Whoever that lady is next to him, I don't know. But
oh, that's what you were going for. Oh, when it comes to BTS, I swear, most of them are too young for me, or they're actually around my age.
I love how you say that like you have a shot with them, right? Like,
no,
usually, I don't know, that BTS group, those guys are too young for me. They came in knocking, and I told them, no, thanks. Appreciate it.
I've seen them live, and they
why would
live.
you admit to that?
Because I was at an award show and I didn't have a choice.
Now, see, I agree with Jesse here. Jesse, sexiest man in the world, 2023. You know what? That counts.
Oh, that's next year.
That's next year. This is a free Magic 8 Ball question. It's not really a question, but we're gonna ask anyways. Am I going to be the sexiest man alive in 2023?
You have to show it to the camera.
It is decidedly so. See if I can. Hold on a second. I don't know if
decidedly
I can show it to the Hold on a second. I don't know if I can even show it to the camera. Hold on a second. We'll see. Let me do this. Okay, here we go.
We are going into the trenches of the 8 Ball. It's decidedly so.
It is decidedly so. So then the next question would be: Is there going to be a major apocalypse that kills all the men on the planet except for me next year? And the Magic 8 Ball says... Whoops. What's it say? Oh, I can't read it there. Hold on. What's it say? It says, you may rely on it.
Oh, man.
So I win by default.
It is...
I win by default. I'll win Sexiest Man Alive by default.
It
I'll be
is
the only one
now
alive.
your duty to be fruitful and multiply for the sake of
It
humanity.
is my duty to please that booty.
Yes.
Shaft. Ask Zeno gave a super chat, so he wants to know if Justin is single
Right
Okay.
now, or
I don't know. Do we have to ask the Magic 8 Ball, or do we just ask Justin
I
directly?
mean, you can ask the Magic 8 Ball. Let's see how right it is.
Okay, ready? Is Justin single? It just straight up just said yes.
Hey, wait, really?
It just like no cutesy thing, no nothing.
Yes.
Just straight up yes. 8 Ball ain't playing. 8 Ball ain't playing. It just was like, yep. Like next.
I think that's a freebie for
Next.
Zeno.
Yeah, right. Yeah, Zeno, you get another one for that one. Oh, Todd Fair with a $10 super chat says Jarbo is the sexiest man alive.
Magic 8 Ball.
How far have we fallen?
Magic 8 Ball is Jarbo really the sexiest man alive?
Hey, I'm going to ask one. Magic 8 Ball, has Todd Fair lost it? It says signs point to yes. Oh, that's great. That's great. Love Magic 8 Ball.
That's great. That's fantastic.
Oh, that's fantastic. That's fantastic. Oh, I know. Look. Yes, this was a joke, by the way. People were sharing this around, but this was a joke. That Kim Namjoon is a member of BTS, was named the most handsome man in the world in 2022 by TC Candler. Henry Cavill was in second place. It's a joke. It's a joke. But
yeah, I just if I imagine a lot of I don't like people on Twitter, but I especially don't like BTS fans on Twitter. If they didn't exist, that would be phenomenal. I feel like Twitter would be less crowded of bullshit, and K-pop fans just suck in general. They're horrible. They are toxic. Worse than the Snyder Cut people. The people who are just bombarding your feed. They hijack trends. It's insane. It's insane, this fan base, and I wish they did not exist because I don't know. They don't even support decent music. Like, it's okay, but it's not decent. I don't know. I don't know.
I love this. Jesse's like, because Enash's sexiness will prevent the apocalypse. All of this will prevent all of that. Michelle says, I have to massage my husband's ego sometimes when I watch any movie with Cavill in it. Well, that's probably how you ended up with child number 2, Michelle.
Maybe.
But bum. Let's see. Did Jared get access to the 8 Ball? He has. Yeah, Jared. Yeah, you just became a member. Absolutely, you have access to the 8 Ball. That's the thing. Anybody who supports the lounge in any way, you now have access to the Powerball du jour. And I'm going to get back to Simon's question here in a second. But Zeno said, "Ask the ball. Justin is fickle." And then thanks 8 Ball.
What?
Thanks 8 Ball. What's up, Miss Siggy 77? Yes. Never doubt the sacred ball of 8. I'm telling you.
Yeah. Apparently.
Oh, Todd had one. Okay, so we'll get back to Todd's in just a second. Simon's section. That means you get another question, Simon. 4.99 super chat says, Magic 8 Ball, will I be lucky enough to sit down with Enosh and his family at Echoes of Faith at a nearby Golden Corral and talk geek stuff? You're always welcome. What does it say? It says, my sources say no.
Oh! No.
I'm not making that up. Sources say no.
Yeah.
I'm fine with it. The 8 Ball has spoken.
Maybe it's
maybe
the
it's not
details, not nearby a Golden Corral. Maybe nearby a convention.
Let's ask it a follow up. Yeah. Will Simon's section just be able to sit down with Enosh and my family? Cannot predict now. It's getting a little fuzzy. I actually go to a Golden Corral every Thursday and meet with a bunch of pastors. Okay, Magic 8 Ball. Will Simon's section get to sit down with me and my family after a church service and talk geek stuff? Still cannot predict now. Let's come back to it, Simon. Okay, we'll come back to this, and
I think it's too broad.
It is too broad. Okay, not 3 broads or 1 broad, just 2.
Apparently.
Okay. Todd wants to know, will DC ever be successful? Here we go. Without a doubt. It says without a doubt.
Okay.
Without a doubt. So DC success is coming on the way, Todd. Telling you what, man.
At some point.
Yep. It's gonna be all that grainy.
Well,
Henry
it also
Cavill
depends
stuff.
on what you consider to be DC. Are you talking about the DCEU? Are you talking about Joker, the standalone films? What are you talking about? DC will always be successful in some way.
Yes. Well,
so
yeah.
I guess that sort of broad question will give you a broad answer, and it's not very specific. It's not, like DCEU. It's not just Joker. There you go.
All right.
Apparently Joker will be successful. Joker too.
Okay, let's ask again. Will Simon's section get to sit down with Enosh and his family, me and my family, Magic 8 Ball, after a church service and talk geek stuff? Outlook good. So it was. See, we had to narrow it down there. Okay, and then let's see. Somebody else who gave a super chat had one more. Ask the 8 Ball if God can get me a girlfriend. You want the 8 Ball to know if God can get you a girlfriend. Okay. Yes, Blake, it's become the 8 Ball stream. We'll move on in just a second. Or until people stop giving super chats or whatever, or becoming members. Right. Okay. Jared, can God get... This is a loaded one, man. I'm either going to feel really fun or like this is going to be really depressing. Magic 8 Ball. Can God get Jared...
You only get one chance.
Jar Jar's Faja a girlfriend?
All right, be honest.
It is decidedly so. So there you go. It is decidedly so, buddy. So it's coming. Just wait. And then there was one more I know that somebody asked, and this is the last one I think that was on the for people that had this. Our Doomcock source. That's just one I'd like to know myself, Echo Base. So you don't even have to give a super chat to get that one. Here we go. Are Doomcock sources real? Ooh, it is certain. Are Doomcock sources really wrong? The heck does that say? I want to deal with this says. Hold on a second. Concentrate and ask again.
Yes.
Are Doomcock sources
no.
real?
No.
Imaginary.
Are real imaginary?
It is decidedly so.
Real. and then you said
are
imaginary.
Are they real imaginary?
Okay. Oh well. Here's the thing. You have two opposing ones, and then a neutral one. So you can't actually say.
Well, should we go 2 out of 3? Okay.
No.
Our
apparently
Doomcocks,
it's
our
3 out of 5.
Doomcocks stories BS. Concentrate and ask again. Our Doomcock stories BS. Come on. Better not tell you now.
You know what? Let's leave it at that. Let's leave it at that.
Yeah,
Let's
that's
leave it
what
at that.
we'll leave it at. That's what we'll leave it at. That's where we'll leave that one. And then we had a final one. Hold on. Oh gosh, where was it? Ask it if the Snyderverse will be restored. Okay, we will ask if the Snyderverse will be restored.
Hey, what's up, Jay? How you doing?
What's up, drunk? Hey, good to see you, man.
He's laughing.
I know. They're loving it. Better not tell you right now. I told you they were real. My insider spies are all over the place. That's fun.
Undecidedly so.
Yes, we have fun. All right. Will the Snyderverse be restored? Yes, Mighty Max. Tune in next time where we'll ask it again about Doomcock. But yes, will the Snyderverse be restored? Don't count on it.
What?
I'm just being honest, man. It's what the Magic 8 Ball says. I can't change what the 8 Ball says. It says don't count on it. Don't get mad at me. Don't go hitting
There's gonna be so
Twitter.
many people who are upset.
Don't go hitting Twitter. Hey, it is what it is. So again, we're selling we're selling opportunities to ask this precious oracle of life Magic 8 Ball that I bought for $1.99 at Goodwill today. You can ask it anything if you give a super chat. You don't have to give a super chat for that reason. If you give a super chat during the show, you can ask Magic 8 Ball different questions. So
we're getting a robotic Enosh right here. Let's see what he says. It's getting very robotic, and it's very scary because that means if he's losing internet connection, you know what that means, guys? I'm in charge of the Poindexter Lounge. You know how fun that would be? That would be? That would be amazing. That would be fantastic. And I know Enosh is trying to get in, but at the end of the day, he's still a robot right now. Zeno says, 8 Ball, was Disney wrong for letting Gina Carano go? That's a very great question. It's a great question. Yep, that's right. Echo Base Network. Mr. Roboto. Domo Arigato, Mr. Roboto. That's a Styx song, right? I like Styx. They're fun. Hal Jordan says the proper lounge. Yes, the proper lounge indeed. Let's read a couple of other comments. Oh my God, I'm actually in charge of this. It's my channel now. No, Emmanuel P is like, no. Yes, indeed, I agree. I think everybody is going to be shitting a brick, thinking, oh my gosh, we're going to see Enosh. Like, oh, I'm sorry, I'm a little late. And then they see my stupid face and they're like, oh my God. Oh, it's that proper kid. Oh my gosh. What else do people have to say? I don't want a robotic answer. Yeah, Zeno, you're not going to get one. Echo Base Network says, yeah, Styx is great. Yeah, it can be great. Yeah, it's kind of like Styx, some of their stuff, it kind of seems like it's a Broadway musical. The production, it seems like it's meant to be on a Broadway stage. I don't know. It's a very weird kind of band. Justin's in charge. We're screwed. Yeah, yep, you're screwed. You're completely screwed. Did we get a 2 cents show yet this week? I don't know what the 2 cent show is. I'm just I don't know, at the mercy of your comments. Man of War is better though, says Jade. I've heard of Man of War. I don't really know any of their music. Despite me being a metalhead, it's just hey, what's up?
I don't know what the heck that was all about.
I don't know.
The proper lounge show. What the heck?
Oh
happened?
yeah. I mean, I just kept it going.
Well, good. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah. What was it? Just me, just kind of keeping it going and reading some chat, or just me being like, all right, we'll be right back. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave for a moment.
Yes. What
happens to the best of us?
We did get another super chat though for the 8-ball. Disney,
Yes.
or was Disney wrong for letting Gina Carano go? I think they were. I don't think that was right.
What does the 8-ball say?
It says, gosh, man, there's like too much fluid between the. It says my reply is no. It says my reply is
wrong. We have to do a 2 out of 3.
I think the 8-ball is woke. I think that's the problem. It's a woke 8-ball.
Who is undecided on
Kathleen Kennedy? Kathleen Kennedy has the 8-ball in her back pocket.
Ooh, that's a good one, Echo Bass.
Ooh, what does Echo Bass say? Hold on a second. Let me get that. This says, thoughts on the band? Yes. I think they're one of the most talented group of musicians in a band. Listen, my band, Waking Vegas, last year we were trying to play, we were playing Owner of a Lonely Heart. And that song is remarkably, you know how like there's just songs that you don't really think that there's a lot to them until you actually learn to play them. If you're a musician, a lot of you know what I'm talking about. You get into it and you think that it's going to just be an easy song, real easy song to learn or whatever. And I was amazed by how intricate that song was. Just with learning that song. So yeah, man, yes is gosh, man. Yeah, Echo Bass, you understand what I mean. Like you hear a song and you think, oh, that's easy. That's not a problem. Then you get into it and you're like, there's a lot of ways that you can, what do they call that? You can play a song, but you're not really playing the song. Like you're just kind of faking it until you make it, like you can learn the chords and kind of go through the motions, but to actually learn the parts that are actually recorded, is a lot different. And so
yeah, and you should never try to. Well, you can try to improvise and make your own little stamp on it. Which
I'm all for that.
But I only speak from like a 7th grade perspective of that's when I was really experimenting, with guitar playing, especially with my baby back there, the SG, which is covered by a Guinness Darth Vader
your
poster.
Baby back ribs.
Yeah, exactly. I experimented with Guns N' Roses songs and Ozzy Osbourne songs, without even knowing the.
Is that you experimented before you discovered like who you really were?
No. I experimented before like learning the actual parts to all of the song.
Yeah. No, I get it.
Because I was very angsty. I was like, I just want to get to experimenting because
Sure.
ADHD. I have like a lack of concentration of like I don't want to learn the actual song. From all different angles. What I want to do is learn the basics and just do my own thing.
Sure.
That comes from impatience.
Yeah.
But I'm sure you can relate to that as well, especially when you were first learning your first instrument, which was I don't remember what it was.
No, my first instrument learning to play was guitar, and no, you're right. And Echo Bass is right. You just power chord it. Like when you're first playing, like you think everything is just like power chords. You don't understand riffs, and stuff like that. I mean, and now it's like
And different ways to do it and make it sound.
30 years later, now it's basically I can sit down and I can figure out a song relatively quick. I've got a great ear, and I've done that. But it's interesting. When I sat down with Owner of a Lonely Heart, I was like, it's got some weird off time stuff in there, and yeah, it was a little it was very interesting. Echo Bass says Roundabout by Yes is crazy hard to play and get through for any musician on an instrument. Yes, you know what sucks, gosh man, and it's not Yes, but it's The Police. It's a song that I love, but the way that you have to play this song is ridiculous, and that is
to play it properly.
Yes, which is Every Breath You Take. Every breath you take is ridiculously hard. It's a ridiculously hard stretch, and if you don't have a strong pinky, it's near impossible. I mean, like seriously, with the change that
does it have to be like? Do you have to have big fingers? I have like what
you have to have a good stretch.
base
I mean, like
finger.
I have a really good stretch. I mean, like, and I mean, like I have a big hand, anyways. But still, yet even with that, it's still, it's a weird. You really have to train your hand to play it. And if you haven't played it in a while, and you go back to play it, it's kind of crazy. Echo says, same with Satellite by Dave Matthews. Yeah, it's these weird chords, like that dun 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 dun, and it sounds super simple. It sounds like, oh yeah, I get that. You kind of get it in your head. Okay, I see here. It's a walk down, whatever. But it's not. It's this other thing, and it just takes on this whole new form. By the time you're done playing it, your hand is just aching.
Well, what's interesting about that sort of thing is that every guitar player's hand is shaped differently. Like I'm not gifted with a ginormous foot long finger where I can do my thing. I get the job done, but at the end of the day, you have to sometimes in order to play something, you have to do it in a way that just works for you, whether it's like if you have shorter fingers, sometimes you have to just jump, and it's going to sound bad if you don't do it right, but if you know what you're doing, you could just jump, but it doesn't sound the same.
It doesn't flow.
Yeah, well, sometimes it doesn't, but if you know what you're doing, you can make it work. You can make it work, but that's well, it's not really faking it till you make it as much as it is working with what you have.
True.
And that's why a lot of different guitar players and bass players and drummers, like Tony Iommi, like he worked at a meat factory, got his index finger and middle finger cut off on his right hand, and so he had to work with what he had, and because of that, Black Sabbath sounded the way they did, is because when they had the lower tuning, it was easier on his fingers, and it worked in their favor, and it's those sort of limitations that can sometimes lead to innovation and greatness, with the right timing and the right people around you, and I think you know what I'm trying to say. You got to work with what you have to work with.
No, absolutely.
And that's why people tend to play what they play. It's because that's what they do best.
Yeah. Let's see. Jade says, what brand of guitar do you use? I use Dean and BC Rich. You have a BC Rich?
BC Rich is great.
Jade, that is sweet. You got a BC Rich. That's awesome. I had a Dean acoustic for a while. So I have, let's see, how many guitars do I have now? So I have, so my main guitar is a Hagstrom. It's a Swedish company. A lot of bands used them in the 70s and the early 80s, and actually, I was really surprised because when I found the Hagstrom suede that I play mostly on stage, I didn't know much about Hagstrom, and then I went and looked up the company, and like everybody plays Hagstroms, like tons of people play Hagstroms, and so I was really really excited about that. So I got that. I also have another Hagstrom. I have a Hagstrom semi hollow body. That is awesome. So I really like Hagstroms, and I'll tell you what, they've got great customer service. I mean, really awesome customer service. When I bought my semi hollow body, it had volume knobs and on it that had an H on them. That they have a specific H. It's like a cursive thing, and I could not find them anywhere in the States. Nowhere, and nobody would order them for me. Not any of the major retailers, not even small little shops. They were like, no, we got to get like a big enough order to or send away to Sweden for it. I finally got a hold of somebody in their customer service, and when they knew that like none of the people that they had sent me to or sent him to, they sent me a free set. So it was awesome because when I bought it, it was missing. I think was it just one? I think it was just missing one of the knobs, and so they sent me a full set of knobs, which was awesome. So those are awesome. I have an Ibanez. It's an RG 270 limited, which it's got like all these bells and whistles. Probably the best action on a guitar I've ever had in my life, and I love that. I also have an Ibanez acoustic that I play, and you can see me playing it every week at church. I have an Ovation acoustic guitar. I have let's see, what else do I have? Oh, I've got a Jackson Dinky that I love. I recorded a lot with that guitar. Great sound on that guitar. Let's see, I still have. Let's see, do I still have my? I don't think I still have the Strat. I do have a Fender Telecaster. I almost forgot about that. A buddy of mine gave it to me as a going away present when I left the last church that I was at. So that was awesome. And so I've got that now. And let's see, I got an LTD bass that I use for recording. And other people have used it live. Other people have used it more than I have on stage because I don't play bass on stage usually. And I think I got a couple others. So I got quite a bit of different things. Echo says, she should check out Andy McKee. Oh, I might have to do that. For sure. Use the Taylor. Dude, I'd love to get a Taylor. Probably have to sell some of my toys to get a Taylor, but yeah, I'd love to get a Taylor. All right. I know. Ooh, you got a 12-string Ibanez. Nice. I was gonna, Jade, I was gonna ask you if you had a Warlock. That's awesome. I mean, like if you got a BC Rich, yeah, right. I mean, you gotta have the Warlock, right? I mean, the Warlock is the thing, man. That's awesome though, Jade, that you play. Do you play in a band at all, or do you just play? Is it you haven't played for a while though? Oh well, you know what? Yeah, you just gotta keep it going. Oh my gosh, Oranthi she is so good. She is so good, for sure. I'm gonna go full screen until Justin comes back. So while I'm doing that, I will get to Simon's section with a $1.99 super chat. Wants to ask the 8-Ball a question. 8-Ball, will Henry Cavill be cast as Hyperion? And the answer is Outlook. Outlook good. So no more Snyderverse, it said, but it says Outlook good for Henry cast as Hyperion. So don't get mad at me. It is what it is. Sentry seems appropriate. Still has an S symbol. Yes. But thank you, Simon. But yeah, apparently, now we know. All right. Before we jump into that, you know what? I had a 12-string. Well, it wasn't really a 12-string. I had. It was, but it wasn't. I had a double neck guitar for a while. That was 12 and 6. That sucker was so heavy though. I just couldn't even do anything with it. it was killing my back on stage. I used it a couple of times. It was cool to look at, but at the end of the day, I just couldn't do it anymore. So I just kind of
You weren't quite Jimmy Page material.
you know what, dude? It wasn't even that. It was just that like it made no sense because like if I played we didn't have any songs that I would switch between, right? So it's like I was trying to find songs that would do the 12 string. I was just talking about somebody about this the other day because they were asking me, Enosh, do you play a 12 string at all? And I was like, well, I probably should have just bought an acoustic 12 string back then instead of buying the electric, thing.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
the thing is,
By the way, just before you go any further, if you're gonna start out playing guitar, play acoustic first.
no,
Before you go to electric.
no,
in some way.
no, do not. No, do not. And here's why.
Okay.
You should play the guitar that is associated with the style of music that you like.
That's a good point. That is a good point.
You should never, and I say this because I know too many people, Justin, who started playing guitar. They were told, oh, play an acoustic first. First of all, it's harder to play an acoustic physically on your hands than it is most electrics. You can get an electric that the neck is thinner, so people can get their hand around it easier.
Okay.
And also being able to learn chordings and power chords or bar chords as they get into that. It's much easier on an electric guitar. The strings are much easier to press down on an electric guitar than it is an acoustic guitar. But also, and you can play an electric guitar clean. I mean, you don't have to have distortion. I mean, dude, I started playing guitar when I was 15. I didn't know what a distortion pedal was until I was 16. Okay, honestly, I didn't.
I didn't know until I was in my 20s.
Yeah,
so.
I'm just saying, like, I didn't. And then all of a sudden, like, my buddy came up.
And I had the internet.
my buddy Rusty came over to my house, and he was a guitar player. We both started, ironically, playing guitar at the same time. And but he came over. I was technically a better guitar player than him, but he had a distortion pedal, and all our friends were like, "Oh, why can't you sound like Rusty? He sounds really cool." And it was like,
I don't want to sound rusty.
well, no, I was just like, I don't know, like what he's got. And so I ended up buying a distortion pedal, and and then the rest was that way. But I know a girl. She got a guitar, and she asked me if I would give her lessons, and I told her, I said, I'm really sorry, but I just wasn't giving lessons at the time. I gave lessons for a little while, but I got out of it because I didn't have the time to really do it. But I sent her to a friend of mine to do that, and you know what? She came back to me. She ended up coming back to me very, very frustrated. She literally brought this amp and this guitar and all of her stuff back to my house. Like, I didn't sell it to her. She just brought it to my house and said, "Here, take this because I don't want it anymore." And I was like, "Sandy, why not?" And she's just like, "Because Jeremy won't teach me anything that I want to know, or anything that I want to learn. He's like teaching me Mary Had a Little Lamb, and like all these like little things, and like he's teaching me scales. Yeah. He's teaching me scales and all these things, but it's like, and that's great. But the wonderful thing about guitar is it's very much a instant gratification type of instrument. If I teach you something very simple, but it makes you feel like you sound like you know what you're doing, right? I could teach you a 12-bar blues, riff, dun 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 dun, but you feel like.
By the way, for anyone who says that music is repetitive nowadays, look at the 50s.
Well, it just exactly. But the thing is that you. Yeah. I'm teaching you something that you feel like you're accomplishing something, right? Because it's super simple. I could teach you something in just 2 minutes, and all of a sudden you're just like, "Hey, cool, I'm playing guitar," right? And that makes you it inspires you to want to play other stuff, right?
Yes, but if I'm sitting there, I learned how to play Crazy Train, that just blew my mind. Just like, yes, I can sound like Randy Rhoads. I can do this. This is fun.
But I mean, even not as advanced as that, dude. Not even as advanced as that.
It's not even that advanced. It's basic.
But you got to have some knowledge, and you got to be able to switch up between things to be able to play Crazy Train and play it correctly. The whole point that I'm saying is I can sit you down on day one. I can teach you a 12-bar blues thing. I could teach you like most of the album of Nevermind by Madonna
By
Nirvana,
Madonna.
by Madonna. No, most of Nevermind.
I would love to hear
right.
Madonna's version.
Right.
Of Smells Like Teen Spirit. By
heck
the
yeah,
way,
heck
that
yeah.
or come as you are. That would
It'd
be.
probably
that
smell.
would be-
It'd probably smell a little different, but anyways.
Oh yes.
But no, I could teach you, like half the songs on that album, and you would feel like you accomplished something in that little bit, right? And it would inspire you then to want to learn why these things go together. How do these, if I teach you some power chords and I teach you that, and then you're like, oh, this is cool, but it makes you want to come back and it makes you want to expand from there, right? The problem is he was teaching her like Mary Had a Little Lamb on the high E string and like na 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 na, and she's like into stuff back then, dude, like Pantera and Marilyn Manson and stuff like that. And I'm sorry, that's just that. Listen, it's not going to keep somebody around. And it was all because Jeremy just didn't like that music and he wasn't really aware of a lot of that music. And I felt horrible sending her there because in the end,
when was this?
Oh, this
what
was
time period?
this was late 90s. But
I learned how to play Cowboys from Hell. Just the riff.
Mhm.
But I did that by ear because my guitar player, my guitar teacher wouldn't. He didn't really know it, and I taught him it. Like we taught each other things.
Okay.
But it was very hard to leave him because he was my first grade teacher. And he was the teacher who kept on teaching. But there were things that he tried to teach me that I just couldn't get. Like he tried to teach me like round and round. I could not get that.
Really?
Just because of the different chord progression, like in moving your hand around.
Yeah.
And
Hey,
like
there's
stretching
look,
of the
80s
hands, and I'm like, I can't.
The 80s have people, will refer to the 80s as cheesy and whatnot, but I'll tell you what, the 80s had
course
a
it is.
lot, but the 80s had a lot of very good musicians. And a lot of that neoclassical stuff is stuff that like people wish they could be able to play and they just can't, but real
People
quick,
can
Michelle.
play it now, but the difference is that we have the internet, and back then you didn't. And so when people could play it back then,
back then, if you wanted to learn,
much harder.
Back then, if you wanted to learn a song, you couldn't just go onto YouTube and it would teach you literally note for note how to play the song. You had to find a guitar magazine, and I know we're probably boring half the people on here with all this, but you had to find a guitar magazine.
Yeah.
You had to find a guitar magazine with that song in it. You had to learn how to read tab. You had to learn how to figure out, how it goes. Listen to the song,
And
play it,
sometimes the tabs were wrong.
Oh yeah, sometimes the magazine's got it wrong and the tabs are wrong. And you're like, what? This doesn't sound like this, but yeah. Anyways, that's my guitar stuff for tonight. Real quick, I know Michelle's been wanting me to say this. Enash, I wanted you to know the name of my son that I am pregnant with, Morgan Atreus O'Rourke Johansson is the name my husband and I have chosen for our son.
Oh,
So there you go. Congratulations.
at least it's not Atreyu.
Atreyu.
At least it's not the never-ending story. So,
Yep.
Atreus is kind of cool. That's a dope name, Morgan Atreus O'Rourke.
Pretty fly
Johansson.
for a Filipino guy. Says you had to buy magazines to learn songs.
Pretty
Then
fly
came
for a
Olga-
Filipino guy. I love that.
Then came Olga Web Archive. Yeah, I mean, look, it was a lot harder back then. But anyways,
Yeah.
So tonight we got a couple of stories to go off of. First of all, Aquaman and Shazam have been delayed once again.
I didn't know they were delayed the first time.
Oh yes, they've been putting this stuff off. We haven't known when we're going to get the stuff. We don't know when we're going to get these movies. At one point, Shazam, I think, came first, and then of course, there's the Flash movie, which Aquaman originally came after the Flash. Now, hold on, wait, was it after the Flash? Yeah, it came. No, wait, hold on.
After Shazam, you mean?
Oh, hold on a second. Let's just read this thing because I'm having a hard time remembering when it was supposed to be. Okay. Warner Brothers Pictures has announced extensive delays for 2 of its DC Comics inspired sequels, but has offered some good news for new entry into another kind of franchise. The biggest delay is the James Wan directed Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom, which has been pushed back a massive 9 months from March 17th, 2023. We're going to get into March to December 25th, Christmas Day next year, 2023. The other delay is Shazam! Fury of the Gods, which was originally set for December this year and will now take over Aquaman's old March 17th spot. Thank you, Jesus! You don't even know, dude. I am so happy about this because they put these movies, both of these movies at one point were supposed to be here in December, Justin.
Yeah.
And if that had happened,
oh, they would have been competing with each other.
well, no. They were there at two separate times. First it was Aquaman, then Aquaman got moved to March, right? But then they put Shazam right in the thick of it again back in December, and it was going to be like head to head right up against Avatar.
Yeah, and
something
so
else.
they
It would have got
moved to
destroyed.
March.
It would have
Yeah,
got absolutely
easily.
destroyed.
Oh, well,
Easily.
We'll see what happens with Avatar because now I guess it has no competition. So we'll see how that goes. But I'm not going to pay to see it.
Yeah, well, this is the interesting thing is, yeah, and you're right, Crime Corgi, because early rumors saying that Ben was done after the Flash film, which is June 2023. Remember, now the Flash could still change. We don't know. It could still change time too. But that movie is supposed to come out in 2023, which has Ben Affleck in it. Now Aquaman 2 is in December, which means Ben is in Aquaman, which, remember, he replaced Michael Keaton. So Ben is still the Batman for the DCEU.
For a little longer.
For longer. So I'll tell you what, yeah, 4,000, you're right. Avatar would have absolutely destroyed this. And I'm so glad. Yes, Blake, I'm glad because this movie needed room. This movie needed its space. It needed to be able to breathe. It needed to be able to be in a place where now watch Marvel come and be like, hey, we're releasing a movie on the exact same day that's going to totally destroy it. I don't know. But I'm really glad that this movie is going to get at least a fair shake, to be able to do it. So it's taken over the March 17th position that Aquaman was in. It says, meanwhile, in better news, it turns out that the upcoming Evil Dead Rise film, which was previously slated to go direct to HBO Max this year, will instead get a theatrical release on April 21st. I'm really happy about that, Evil Dead. The film takes place over the Salem's Lot remake slot, as that film is no longer dated. According to Bloody Disgusting, the Sam Raimi produced new Evil Dead recently had test screenings that saw a great reaction, and this news marks a show of confidence from Warner's in the project. You mean Warner's has confidence in a project, in a good film, they want to release it. Imagine that.
And they want to release it on the big screen for people?
Yeah. The same thing is happening with the House Party reboot, which is ditching HBO Max for a theatrical run on December 9th this year. A Christmas Story sequel, on the other hand.
Oh, another one! Oh,
yeah, it's
God.
sticking with its HBO. It's going to just be on HBO Max, which is now will take place on November 17th.
You know what? Just scrap the damn thing. Just if you've learned from any of the Christmas Story. Have you seen any of the remakes, or not the remakes of?
No, I have avoided them. Oh, trust me, I've avoided them. Like the plague, I've avoided them.
Oh, I have seen them, and oh boy, I did in 2020. I was bored out of my mind and did what I called the 25 Days of Torture, where every single day I would watch a bad Christmas movie or a movie that I thought was going to be bad. Some were good. Some that I thought were going to be dated, like Ernest Saves Christmas, I actually really liked. But Christmas Story 2 was not one of them. And Ralphie was just I'm sorry, but a fucking creep throughout the whole movie. It was awful. It was just awful. And I don't want another one that's just going to make Ralphie be even worse. I can't. Or
I don't know, man. I have no
Ralphie.
idea what this one. Oh, come on. Anyways,
I don't care what it is. What do you mean?
The point is, what do you mean?
The point is,
it's
not going to be good. I don't care.
God.
It's only in my. I don't even know anything about this film aside from what you just said. But I can't imagine it being good. Even if they try to make it for today's audience,
I wonder what Billy would say.
Be bad.
I wonder what Billy the Bad Take pop culture fan would say about Ralphie being woke. I'm sure he'll say something about
it would be
wokeness.
better. It would be better than A Christmas Story 2, Ralphie, where he's like smelling the girl's hair in band class.
Oh dear.
Like,
God. Okay.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah, it gets bad. It's really bad.
All these useless reboots. Where's the Beetlejuice sequel?
I hope nowhere in sight.
Yeah. Anyways. So Aquaman and Shazam are getting sequels, but they're pushed back heavily. So we get to wait until March of next year for Shazam, and Christmas of next year for Aquaman. And I think it's probably a good idea. And as was talked about here in the chat, I think there's going to be some more reshoots for Aquaman for sure. Just because they're redoing it, because originally Keaton was supposed to join apparently the world there,
DCEU,
and the DCEU. But then also, I don't know, what do you like better? Do you like the light with the motorcycle drive in there? Do you like the black background?
Are you asking me?
Yeah, or do you like this? What do you like?
This background. Okay. Okay.
Chat right now.
I like this one.
This is 1. This is 2. This is 3.
3
or 4.
4 is
stationary,
kind of stagnant. But,
you like 3.
I like 3, but
it's a little fast.
Up to
it's
the
a little
chat.
fast, but we got 1, 2, or 3. Let us know right now in the chat, and we'll determine which goes. But anyways,
I like 3, but...
I am so glad that so we got 1, 1, 2. We got 2 3s. All right, so we got 2 3s so far. To me, I think I think there's a really good chance actually that they make a lot of changes here. Mm-hmm. Obviously Supergirl's not going to be the focus. Obviously Keaton is not going to be the focus anymore. So if that's the case, we have yet
to see a movie with him in it.
Yeah, and we were going to get 3, man.
Yeah, we were going to get 3. 1 was in the Flash, 1 was canceled, and the third was with Shazam, or which one?
It was
Aquaman.
Aquaman. It was Aquaman. It was the Flash, and it was the Batgirl movie.
Okay, one of them is canceled. All right.
Yeah, one of them's canceled. Keaton was taken out of Aquaman, and it was replaced by Ben.
That sucks.
That's true.
But
no, because it doesn't make sense to the story anymore. This is what I've been trying to say. Listen, people have been coming up to me about this whole Batgirl thing, and I'm going to get into the Batgirl thing in a minute because I have not shared my feelings on Batgirl.
You haven't?
Publicly. No, I've not shared. I've not really come out and talked about what I think of the Batgirl movie being canceled. So I'm going to talk about the time because we got this story that goes along with it. But the idea was that Keaton played a key role in this, and there was a story that was going from that was starting with Shazam, running through Aquaman, and getting to Batgirl, and it involved Keaton being Batman. Well, guess what? 2 of those movies now don't have Keaton in them anymore. So my feeling is they're probably changing things now for the Flash. Because there's been reshoots, and they're talking about more reshoots for The Flash, where I think that Michael Keaton's role will probably be changed a bit, and that he will not end up... My feeling is that probably at the end of that movie, there was something where Barry screwed up the timeline, and he comes back to his own timeline, and there's Keaton instead of Ben, right? But I feel like now they're kind of ditching that, going in a different direction. And now I'm actually starting to believe some of the rumors that had this idea of Ben Affleck was supposedly reaching out to the Flash, trying to get him to come find them, that like the Snyderverse universe had been lost or something. And, so what are you laughing?
That the whole Flash movie is like a thing for the Snyderverse, and
Well, no, I'm not saying that they were.
No,
I'm not saying that they were going to restore the Snyderverse from it. I'm saying that
just like come back to the light, Snyderverse
well,
fans.
I'm believing the original post that actually talked about how they weren't going to totally get rid of the Snyderverse, but they were just going to put it. It was just going to be like in its own little existence over here. And then the thing was the Flash. I'm kind of piecing it together myself, but the Flash was going to come back after this whole Flash movie.
Okay.
And every time they do a Flashpoint thing, the Flash has always screwed up something. First time he came back, remember, Batman was changed. Batman was now Thomas Wayne instead of Bruce Wayne. So his dad survived, Bruce Wayne died, and his mom was now the Joker. So every time, and that was just from the Flash going back and trying to save his mom. So we know that if there's something there, it's going to affect it. So my feeling is he probably came back after all of that. And then the rumor was he comes back, and then all of a sudden Keaton is now the Batman in the DCEU instead of
So
Ben
it'll
Affleck.
be like more of a one-off thing as opposed to, Keaton, is going to be a recurring thing.
Yeah, I think now the Keaton thing will be like in its own thing. It's not going to be that he's replacing Ben. And I don't think the point was ever probably for him to just completely just replace Ben, but it was probably a thing of like trying to figure out who next was, you know what I mean? And like where and they also had a thing of like, I remember they were talking about a story of like, Sasha Calle's Supergirl is also Supergirl at that point, and they don't know where Cavill is. They don't know where Superman is, and when they come back, they got to find Superman or something like that. And so I'm kind of believing that now, but we'll get to that in a second about Batgirl, because I have my feelings about Batgirl, and I know that I disagree with a lot of people, and I'm going to be honest with you. If you haven't heard my take yet on the whole Warner Brothers thing, some of you may be surprised where I stand on this, because I disagree with a lot of my friends. I disagree with, not a lot, but some of my friends I definitely disagree with on whether it's good or bad. Fourth 1,000 here with a $5 super chat. Thanks, man. Says fingers crossed.
8 ball.
Oh, is it a question? I don't think he asked a question, but fourth 1,000, you can ask a question.
It could
fingers
be.
Crossed. Oh, okay, maybe we can form it into a question. Fingers crossed. Affleck got a deal for his Batman script. Remember when Discovery came on board, the Flash movie altered Batfleck's fate to not die. Okay. Fourth 1,000, we're going to ask the question. Did Affleck get a deal for his Batman script? Come on, Magic 8 Ball. Cannot predict now. Totally blue balled us. With a black ball.
All right. Let's test this 8 ball.
He gets 3. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. What do you want to test it with?
You could test it with this one, as you were gonna do.
All right.
I think. Right.
The Flash movie did the Flash movie alter Batfleck's fate to not die?
Yeah.
My sources say no.
Ooh.
Well, we know he doesn't die because he's in Aquaman now. So 8 Ball might not be so right. I don't know.
All right. Well, if 8 Ball is not right, let's try again. Am I single?
Is Justin single? My sources say no. You must have hooked up with somebody. Is that what you were doing when you were going off screen there for a second? You were hooking up with somebody. You were no longer single. Okay, I get it. Hey, if you got a question for the Magic 8 Ball, remember, all you got to do is. All
I will say is that one of my man crushes. I did get his signature today, so that was great.
Nice.
Yeah.
Very, very nice.
Yeah.
Okay. Daniel.
By the way, Michael Anthony is the best of all of the Anthonys, and also probably my favorite member of Van Halen.
Nice.
That's just me, though.
Nice.
Who is your favorite member aside from Eddie?
Aside from Eddie, David. But I'll give you this. I'll give you this. Michael Anthony is the core. Michael
Yes.
Anthony, like without Michael Anthony, you don't have Van Halen. Everybody, goes on about Eddie's guitar playing, about Alex's drumming, and of course the singers, the frontmen, whatever. But without Michael Anthony, and people have teased Michael Anthony about his bass playing, that it's so simple and it's whatever. Without him doing that, that band would sound like it was all over the place. You got to have somebody laying down a constant, and that's what he was good for.
The first person that you hear on any Van Halen record? Michael Anthony. And in addition to that, there's a saying that I like. I don't remember who I heard it from. Maybe it was me who said it. I don't remember. But behind every great guitar player is a greater or is an equal to or even greater bass player. Jimi Hendrix had a fantastic bass player.
There you go.
Alex Lifeson from Rush, Eddie Lee is amazing. And Van Halen.
Yep.
And the bass player is his job is to complement the guitar parts.
Absolutely.
So, and Michael Anthony does. Yeah, he is the quintessential bass player that you want in your band, aside from maybe Flea.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, there's been great bass players throughout history, but we're losing viewers.
No, I'm sorry, but
we built it back up, man. We built it back up after our music talk. We can bring it back later. Jason Momoa on the future of Aquaman and David Zaslav's proposed 10-year DC plan. Jason Momoa says, "I trust them to make the right decisions." The franchise star spoke with The Hollywood Reporter at the season 3 premiere of his series C, opening up on his hopes for how far Aquaman can go and why the Lost Kingdom is so special to him. "It has my heart in it. It seems that all eyes in Hollywood have been focused on Warner Brothers Discovery as of late, for sure, and for good reason. In the months since the acquisition closed, CEO David Zaslav has been overhauling the studio's business by implementing strategy shifts, slashing budgets, overseeing layoffs, and shelving content like the highly publicized Batgirl. In the August 4th earnings call, Zaslav also inspired loads of attention for telegraphing a 10-year plan for DC amid a reset. What that means for individual DC franchises remains unclear, but the star of one, Aquaman leading man Jason Momoa, happened to be walking the carpet Tuesday night, and they got this. "That's an interesting question," Momoa said, pausing to collect his thoughts. "I just trust them to make the right decisions, and I got to stay in my lane. That lane involves shouldering the franchise."
He's towing the company line. He's just like, hey, you know what? It doesn't involve me. Why should I get myself involved? I did my
thing, right? He says, "We killed it," he said. "We made something amazing, and it'll come out when it's meant to come out." The nice thing about what's happened with COVID is that everyone is trying to rush to meet these deadlines, but we know it should come out when it's ready to come out, at a time when everybody is getting back into movie theaters. So thank you, Tom Cruise. Momoa.
Thank you, Tom Cruise.
Listen.
I love that.
I love it too. Momoa is so right. He says, "We wrote a great story." Momoa continued. "I was one of the writers on it, and it was the minute we finished Aquaman, I went in with a 50-page outline for the second one, and they used it, and they liked it. It's got my heart in it. I feel very connected to the character and have played him across, 4 movies now? And he says he will keep suiting up for the deep water as long as moviegoers dive in after him. As long as we can. If people don't like it and it feels like it's past its due date, then we won't make another one," he said. "But if they love it, then we will make more. I don't want to force anything down someone's throat to watch it, but I love it." And I will just say this about this. This is the attitude that everybody who works for Warner Brothers, everybody who has worked for Warner Brothers, everybody who has had projects that have come and gone at Warner Brothers, this is the attitude that people need to have. People need to stop putting so much emotion into it and whining about, "Oh, but the creatives." Listen, I've given RJ such a hard time, and if RJ's listening, dude, I'll say it. I've said it right too, RJ. I disagree with this whole idea of, the creatives, everything should come out. Literally, I was talking to RJ this week, and look, RJ, if you're listening and you want a link, you already got a link, actually. You can jump in at any time. But RJ was going on about how, the creatives should be able to have their stuff come out, that basically everything that's been made should be made available to us, because there's some anime stuff that got...
Whether it's good or bad, I understand that.
I get the idea of wanting it, but here's the thing. Nobody can promise you in perpetuity to get everything that's been ever made just available at your fingertips. That's a ridiculous thing to expect out of any streaming service, out of anything. Because listen, if people aren't watching it and people are like, but there were 6 million people who watched that, what was that train show?
That doesn't mean it's good.
Exactly. Something train. It was like 6 million people watched it on YouTube, and
Is
Warner Brothers
that
pulled it
what-
off of YouTube. They pulled it off of YouTube. They
Is
pulled
that
it
an
off of
argument that
everything.
he tried to make?
Yeah, that there were 6 million people. But here's the thing. You know what I watched yesterday? Listen to me. Look at me straight in the eye when I say this to you. I watched a video of a dude who caught some huge freaking wasp. It was like the largest wasp on the planet. Because he went down in the jungles of South America or something. Or no, it's China. It was like in the jungles of China and found this wasp that's like this big, has a stinger on it like that big, puts his arm out, gets this thing with tweezers, puts it on his arm, gets stung in the arm. His forearm looked like Popeye by the time it was done. Right? And 57 million views.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. I get it. You like that train show. I understand it, but not everybody's watching it. And it can't just take up residence and place on a streamer or like for Warner Brothers to just keep it going indefinitely. And the thing is for this stuff, people are like so mad because people are so mad.
Watching.
Yeah, people are so mad because they're getting rid of some of the stuff you love. Well, guess what? I grew up in the 80s, and a lot of the stuff that I remember growing up in the 80s, like I can't find it. I can't find those shows. Those shows aren't just made available for me. Like
No.
if you really like the show, go buy it right now on physical media so that you have it. And then they can't take it away. Wasn't this the whole argument that we were making about streaming service versus physical media? Like what, nobody thought that they would do it? Like, look, when they need money, and that's the thing that I've been saying, everybody could be so mad at Warner Brothers for taking away something that you like. But the reality is this. This stuff had to be done. Everything couldn't be business as usual like it's been at Warner Brothers. That was what has driven into the ground. Literally.
It's been driven to the ground in not just Warner Brothers, but in so many other companies, that are just, throwing money at all these projects that nobody is going to watch and nobody likes. And what is the point of it? Especially Netflix, like who is, is so in the gutter in debt, as far as I'm aware.
Warner Brothers has been sold now, 3 times in the last decade? And Fourth 1000, You're absolutely right. And this is what people don't understand. Yes, you created
maybe I
something.
should have bought Warner Brothers at this point.
You made a show. Look, if you're a creator, I get it. You made a show. You liked it. You enjoyed it. It's there for you. But you do not own the show. And you don't own the right for everybody to be able to see your show. I said this the other day. I think it was on Max's stream or something.
Yeah,
I have worked on projects. Yeah. I have worked on projects before that have never seen the light of day. Okay? Like big projects. I worked on a huge project that was voiceover, that was song and spoken word, and it had some parts of it were going to have animation. It was going to be a whole training seminar thing that was going to be released, and it got canned. And I didn't even get paid for what I did because it got canned when it got canned. Okay? At least these people are getting paid for their work.
Or something?
No. Well, I mean, if the thing would have come out, yeah, as it got sold down the line, I would have. But the thing is that I didn't even get paid up front for it. Okay? We put like all this stuff into it, and the way that it was structured was like, this is what's coming, this is when you get paid, blah, 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 blah. We delivered our part, and then they were like, yeah, no, we're not going to go that route. After there was going to be this big thing. So, listen, it sucks. It hurts. I know. Emotionally, you're drained after that, and you go, dang it, man, this sucks. I put so much into it. So I understand when the Batgirl gets canceled, people, everyone associated with that production, there were some people who were super pissed off at David Zaslav. They were calling him all kinds of names and stuff online and blah, 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 blah. But it's stuff that has to be done. If the Batgirl movie makes no sense now with the storyline that they're going on and where they're going with the thing, and it doesn't make any sense for Keaton to be in it, which they were saying that like some of the test screeners were just like, we have no idea why Michael Keaton is in this movie. Why is Michael Keaton in this movie with the James Gordon from Justice League and this other Batgirl? And like, it was making no sense to people, and it was just kind of all over the place. Well, if that's the case, then that movie doesn't need to be released the way it is. And you don't want to drop millions and millions of dollars in reshoots and everything. They could have made a great movie. Now, the signs say that it wasn't. But
the 8-Ball said it wasn't.
But even if it was, you know, it is that now. And then somebody threw back up at me. Well, what about if they take Zack Snyder's Justice League off of HBO Max? And you know what I said? Okay. I got like 5 or 6 copies, man, between like the regular Blu-ray, the DVD, the box set,
well, that's just you.
H-Bart's got me the 4K right before like it even came out and whatnot. Okay, so if you want it, it's out there. It's literally out there. It's the only version you can really buy right now without finding old copies of Justice League, because they haven't made any new copies of 2017. Even when they did these new glow-in-the-dark packagings, that was Zack Snyder's Justice League, not 2017 Justice League. So, but if nobody was watching Justice League on HBO Max, I could understand that they would say, hey, this was here for a time period, but nobody's watching it. It's not productive for us. We need to have programming that is upfront, that people are actually going to watch. And listen, it sucks when you like something and it's not everybody's cup of tea. We're DC fans, man. I'm a DC fan at least. And the thing is, every day,
it's a very, very hard road.
Watch my TikTok, for God's sake, this week. Watch my TikTok thread this week. Because like I said, I did a very simple thing, just doing a thing that was like, oh, hey, look, it's Thor versus Superman. And I picked Superman, and all of a sudden I had an infiltration of people coming after me to tell me that I sucked and how wrong I was, and I didn't know anything about comics. But really, they didn't know anything about comics.
You know what? TikTok is just a cesspool of bullshit.
Dude, that's just social media. Okay, let's be honest. It's just social
media.
Because there's a lot of great things on TikTok. I'm going to be honest with you. There's a lot of great things on TikTok.
And then I deleted it before making an account just because I
disagree.
I know what's going to happen. Like,
no, I disagree.
No.
I disagree.
Well, I mean,
there's a lot of great things on TikTok.
Hold on. It's a very useful platform if you're trying to, grow yourself, if you will. But, for me, I don't. It's maybe because I'm becoming this old man, I guess, of just I refuse to subscribe to this Vine knockoff. I don't want any part of it. I want no part in it. And for a variety of reasons, but to indulge a little bit.
You're worried that China's going to come after you, aren't you?
Yes. No. I mean, yes and no, but also, I mean, that is a factor. But I've just seen, creators who've come out of it, and I only see the bullshit. And
sure. And look, when I first got TikTok,
part of it.
When I first got TikTok, that's exactly what I thought it was, and I was just like, you know what? Nope. I'm not gonna. I deleted it and I was done. And then I came back to it because my kids kept sending me funny things, that I was like, oh, okay, I'll give it another shot. And when I did, and I got through that, and the algorithm figured out who I was and what kind of things I liked, now that's what I get. Right now, I get things that are educational. I get things that are funny. I get things that are entertaining, and I enjoy now my TikTok, thread and feed and whatever. But it takes a while to get there for the algorithm to realize, okay, I don't just want to stare at girls shaking their butt all day. That's not why I'm here. I'm here for good content, and I'm trying to make good content as well. And I think a lot of people are. And now the problem is on TikTok, you get a lot more people. Somebody asked me earlier what I thought of like Ezra Miller, for instance, like the whole Ezra Miller thing. No, I know, but the whole Ezra Miller thing got like if you watch TikTok,
you were correct on that.
If you watch, thank you.
Just for When I said I was sorry, like I meant of accusing you of being an apologist.
Yeah.
As a
No, I appreciate that.
That's
no, I appreciate that because I'm
that's all
not.
I was saying, not apologizing for what I was saying, which, you know, just like, okay, like
No, I get it.
Enosh is making excuses of just like, okay, well, you know,
Yeah.
being
No, I get it.
skeptical
I
is
get
not
it.
wrong, but like, you know, when you actually felt hurt and you directed it at me, I was like, it felt like that you were, even though that you said you weren't mad at me, I'm just like, look, at the end of the day, it is not, this Ezra Miller bullshit is not worth,
No,
you know,
it's not.
our friendship or anything. And just like, look, I'm gonna hear this guy out, and you know, I'm gonna focus instead. If we're gonna hate each other, it's that we're gonna hate each other over who's better, David Lee Roth or Sammy Hagar. Not,
There you go.
I'm not gonna lose a friendship over this Ezra Miller bullshit. No, absolutely not. And I didn't think that was in vain. But when you really got mad at, like, on Max's channel, I was like, oh God, is this actually
Well,
in
and listen,
vain?
that was only because listen, I take a lot of flack from people.
You take a lot of shit.
I do. People
let's just
look
say-
this
let's
this
just
week
say,
alone.
yeah.
This week alone by this. For those of you who don't know, I was attacked. A lot of you guys know. Remember, I interviewed Vintage Devil, right? The girl who claimed that she used to date Ezra or whatever. She was close to Ezra, and she came on here and she was the one who made up the lie about Ezra grooming Takota, right, or Takata, and she
Hi,
admitted
William.
it. Hi, William. She flat out admitted it, and we have it now. I find out that my video is being used actually by others to show that she has lied, because she's trying to now go to major outlets like Variety and Vanity Fair and trying to like act like she's spilling the beans on Ezra because Ezra did not respond to her the way that she wanted. She wanted Ezra to embrace her and bring her in and take her out of the situation that she was in. And when he didn't do that, because he was never with her, he was never a part of her, she got mad at him again and started the BS again. But then she didn't like the fact that she had gone on a couple of channels and said these things. And so there was record of it. You know what I mean? There was record of her admitting that she had lied and that she had, said these things
This
about
person
Ezra.
in particular.
Yeah. So the thing is that now she's mad at me because my video is still up. Well, guess what? Too bad. Because now these people are looking at it and saying, oh, she lied. We're not going to work with her. Well, you know what she did? She came after me personally this week. She literally went to she found, of all things, my Facebook page. First of all, she messaged me.
Can we see these? I mean, not the messages.
Well, I've showed him. Saggy had him this week, actually. But let me see if I can find him. But let me get to this first. Hold on a second. We got a member chat here. Daniel with a member chat. Thank you, buddy, for 2 months. Says woohoo! Heck yeah, man. So glad to have you, Daniel. Absolutely.
I think that is warranted of something.
Is that warranted of a woo?
I think so.
Maybe a couple of woos.
Yeah.
Okay.
Why not? Why not?
Why not a couple of woos here? If I can find where'd the woos go? Here they are.
Showtime! Woo! Woo!
All right, there you go. But no, so she came after me, and because she messaged me first on Instagram, and she says she basically wanted me to take things down, and she was coming at me trying to tell me not to support Ezra anymore, and I was like, listen, I just want the truth to come out. I don't care about all that stuff. And then she shows me a picture of Ezra giving Takata like a peck or like a kiss goodbye, and I was like, who cares about that? Like, what is that even? I'm like, so what? She's like, well, you don't. I said, that just looks like a friendly kiss. And she goes, you don't kiss your friends on the mouth. And I'm like, I guess it depends upon what part of the world or you're from or how you were raised. Because I know plenty of people who give each other a little kiss or a little peck or whatever. Like, look, I get it. Not everybody's like that. Not everybody was raised in a family like that or has friends like that or whatever. But it's not like you're making out with the person, you know what I mean? Like if you give somebody a hug goodbye and kiss them on the cheek or, or even on the lips.
It's not really an American thing unless you're on a talk show.
I don't know about that, dude. I don't know about that because look, my family was not like something out of the
No,
sticks,
no,
and I just told her.
I mean, it's.
I just flat out
different
told
with
her.
family. It's
Well,
different
yeah,
with family.
I just told her.
but-
I said that right there is nothing. I said my sister, my grandma kissed me on the lips and would kiss me goodbye all the time and stuff, and be like, give grandma a kiss. I give her a kiss. And my sister, same thing. Like we were raised in a loving home where we were affectionate to each other because we were all that we had. Okay. Our mother had issues with drugs and alcohol, and my grandma raised us to be affectionate to one another and love one another. We weren't making out. It wasn't anything gross or sexual in nature. But like the thing is, when I said that to her, she all of a sudden comes back with, oh, she comes back with the I word, acting like it was incest, and like trying to make that comment, that it was like that I liked incest, and I'm like, this is the dumbest thing ever. And I just told her, I said, listen, shut up, leave me alone.
She tried to go
Like,
after you personally, because you
Yeah.
mentioned like, okay, like,
well,
look,
and then she
look,
went on Facebook. She went on Facebook and she found posts that I had made just on Facebook, just random posts. And what does she do? She goes and makes like posts on church videos that I had, different things like that, claiming that I look inbred, that I look like my mom and dad were brother and sister, and all that stuff. And so yeah, dude, when I
like your mom and dad were brother and sister because what, you look like the two of them? Like that's a strange concept.
oh, dude, trust me, it's just dumb. It's just so dumb. And so
there are different layers. Like, oh, okay, like kissing your grandma on the lips. I never did that with my grandmothers. I never did that with my grandparents. In general, it was a peck on the cheek. If anything, and I mean, it's
we just
like
had a different life.
Everyone is different, but
everyone's different. But anyways, we got off on all that thing just to
yeah.
say, I get a lot of weird people coming after me sometimes, right? And people, for some reason, I can't just state an opinion. But you know what? You know what it shows me? Apparently, my opinion's important. Because when my opinion doesn't line up with other people's opinions, they get pissed off. And they make it their duty to like somehow tell me that. And it's fine. That's fine. But we rise above, and it's like I would love to just sit here. I'm not a drama channel. I don't get into all everybody's stuff. I just state my opinion and stuff. But I think it's funny because when I said the thing about Ezra Miller, that Ezra Miller just, we needed to wait, people wanted to drag my name into their rebuttal. And
I
like
remember
because Enosh said we need to wait. No, he's an apologist. He is supporting Ezra. He is defending Ezra. I was like, I'm not defending anything Ezra's done.
And that's the reason why I had you on. That's the reason why I had you on my show.
Yep. Well, and that's the thing is people act like that.
And you liked it. I mean, like you liked the discussion between you and Kai, which is the most heated that it got. And I mean, I almost shot it down. But I was like, no. Both of you are very. None of you are ill intent. None of you are wrong.
No.
And I think that's why that you were. Correct me if I'm wrong. You were receptive to it.
Yeah, heck yeah, man. Heck yeah. I'm not mad at anybody. Look, if you want to have a decent conversation, I'm down with you. Right here, Draga 52 though has an 8-month member chat. Got 8 members. An 8-month member chat that says, Enosh, what did you think of my trailer for my fan film? Dude, I thought it was very cool. He did a fan film called Red Robin based on Tim Drake, and go check out Draga 52. It was really cool. I really enjoyed it. Thank you.
We know him.
Yeah. But yeah, so just to kind of finish that up, I just, people do that, but you know what the thing is it really doesn't matter in the long run. We're going to have our opinions about stuff, and everybody else is going to have their opinion. Now, here's what I like.
It's like people disagree on the internet.
I know.
Oh my goodness.
I'm glad that William came in here though at this point in time, because William and I have been talking about this. Other people have been talking about this. Other people have been talking about this, and it's just truth. And we'll just, I already said RJ's name, but RJ has made a big deal about the creatives, about how everybody's going to leave Warner Brothers. Everybody's pissed off at Warner Brothers. Nobody's going to want to work with Warner Brothers again. It's a bad look. It's going to damage them. They've lost money now. And William, you and I have firmly been on the side of, look, you got to break some eggs. You got to get in there. You got to change some things, because otherwise it's just the same old, same old. And that's what's driven them into the ground. And if you're the new regime, you got to clean house before you can build house. And I said, like, you gotta cancel some things that people that are dear to some people, right? And you gotta if you're going to be able to be ready later to bring it back. Yeah, they may be getting rid of some things right now, getting rid of some shows that aren't doing well, or that people aren't really watching or paying attention to. I know that there's always that little group, that little niche that's like, oh, but this is our show or whatever. Like, but you know what? It goes away. I love Jericho too. We brought it back once, and then guess what? It went away. So there's always those things. But the reality is I feel, and you could tell me here in just a second, but I feel that, like, we have to get to a point with Warner Brothers where it's obviously broken. It's obvious the way that they've done business is broken. They have to change things, level the playing field, so that later on down the line, when the business is healthy, when it's making the money that it needs to, when it's thriving, then we do investment into projects. Then we look into creative projects, and stuff. But people don't understand this nowadays, William.
No, two things they don't understand. If you want something new, I think Campia said it earlier this morning. If you want a new result, you have to do new things. And we've had 9 years of the results that we pretty much pass judgment on.
Yeah.
So, and another thing is, when you drop this much money and you pretty much, this is Zasov's legacy, and this is what he's going to be known for from here on out. Most people didn't even know who he was until he took over this company. You have the right and the duty to develop your own identity. And if these shows and this content wasn't part of what your identity, what you wanted to be going forward, then you have the right to make those moves. Now, as far as these guys go, that the two you just have on the screen, listen, the only people that are having the frame of mind that everything, the sinking ship and all that, is fans and journalists. And if those two guys have things in common, none of them have anything on the line in the game. None of them are in the boardrooms. Yep. None of them have ever, most of them have worked for someone and haven't ran anything to the point where a financial decision means you're either there or not there the next day, or you're there in a diminished capacity. And they also have the luxury of doing it from right here, the safety of this keyboard.
RJ, you're welcome to join the conversation, man. We're just now jumping into this Warner Brothers thing. I haven't talked about it on air, but I'm willing to have you on if you have a differing opinion. And I know that you do. So if you just want to talk about it, you are welcome to join.
But yeah, it's just a matter of, like I said, all the noise is coming from people. Like I always liken it to somebody who's walking across a tightrope. Right? That guy falls, he's dead. Everybody at the bottom in the audience can cheer, throw fruit, do everything else. There's zero risk. The risk is of the guy at the top. So, like I said, I haven't seen a move that he's made that I have disagreed with. I do think that he is going to have to make some adjustments going down the line as far as the made for streaming content, because I do think that's where the future is.
Yeah.
And where he's coming at now, because there's been a shock to the system because of COVID in the last 2 years, and theaters are basically, barely holding on. But, and it's a very unpopular opinion that I bring up, is I think when it comes to DC animation, that decision was about 16 years behind, simply because I thought that DC Animation should have been licensed out to another company. It doesn't have the draw that justifies the resources. And if somebody wants to take that risk and lose that money on it, let them do it within their own structure. So I'm okay with them sending it out. I don't think the lineage between some of the things that he's cut out is leading to the identity that he wants to create for Warner Brothers. And so I'm on board with what he's done. Yeah. And I understand people are going to be angry, but one of the things is, where was this anger the past 9 years when the company was being ridden into the ground to $43 billion in debt? Now everybody's mad. We were the weirdos because we would bring up how poor the company was being ran. But now we got a new guy who has to go in and basically perform surgery and be the guy who takes the leg off, but nobody wants to blame the guy who pushed him into the landmine.
Nobody wants to do the surgery. Nobody wants the surgery done because they don't want the scar, but they want somehow it to be okay. Well, on that note, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the lounge, RJ.
Hello.
What's going on, RJ?
Not much. I gotta stop by for a little bit, hang out.
Heck yeah, man. Heck yeah.
Uh,
RJ, did you have a question for the Magic 8 Ball?
Oh, we're doing that now.
Yes. People
Ooh,
who are
I'm
members,
daring.
people
I'm
who are
daring.
members or chat or give super chats or whatever, they get access to the Oracle of the Magic 8 Ball that I purchased at Goodwill today for $1.99.
You know, I'm gonna be a little daring today. I will ask a question.
Okay.
Magic 8 Ball, will I ever get married? It's risky. It's risky, but I'm gonna risk it.
Hold on a second. Oh, dang it. Hold on a second.
The suspense.
Hold on a second. I'm just trying to go full screen here so you can see.
It's blurry.
Outlook not so good, it says.
Well, it doesn't. I clarified married though. You don't have to be in a You can be in a relationship without being married though. So
This
I'm
is
still in
true.
the clear.
This is true, but it does say Outlook not so good there for you, buddy. Sorry.
Okay.
It's
I
all
mean,
right.
on the plus side, you can be a bachelor for life. Who knows?
Hey, it could be worse. You could have been Justin, who came in and somebody asked, is Zeno wanted to know, is Justin in a relationship, and it just said no.
It wasn't flat out no. It said
It
outlook.
was flat out.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
it was flat
a
out no.
Flat out no, and it was accurate.
Yeah, but no, I wanted to clarify because I was listening for a little bit, just for a second, because I popped in. I just want to clarify. I don't think that this means that no one's ever going to work for Warner Brothers Discovery again, because that's ridiculous. That's not realistic. What I said was that it just has the potential to hurt talent relations, which is the one thing they said they didn't want to do. Because there was the article or whatever, that one thing there was like, Cartoon Network actually advised the executive brass of the whole company, of the entire Warner Brothers Discovery, being like, please don't do this. This is going to actively hurt us and our relationships with talent. The other thing that I thought was kind of weird about the whole thing, and again, we can get into this whole thing, I guess, but they said, okay, if you're going to do this, which we recommend you don't do, give us the time to notify the people who are impacted, our creatives and the teams working on these shows. That way we can tell them, here's what's happening, here's what's going to happen to these shows in terms of what platforms they are not or will be available on going forward, yada, yada, yada. They didn't do that. Now, I'm not saying they have the right to, or you could argue they have the...
How do you know they didn't give them a heads up?
Well, because one of the creators of the show, Infinity Train, which Enos was talking about earlier, said, I had to find the blog post where he wrote about this, but he said that he was told was that Cartoon Network, the executive brass, tried to get more time, at least a 2-week notice, but they didn't go with the 2-week notice. They just did it immediately. They didn't wait. They did it immediately without consulting the executive brass at one of their divisions, so it could trickle down to let the creators know about it, which is what they wanted to do initially.
Okay.
And again, I have no issue with shows getting canceled. I get that. Shows are going to have to get cut. The only issue I take is, and this is an issue I have across the board with streaming service as a whole, removing shows from your service, period. But the other issue is that you're kind of like scrubbing it completely. You're getting rid of the music soundtracks on music platforms, getting rid of YouTube videos. And in the case of some shows, they're not selling physical copies. There are some that will not have any sort of physical media. So it's not an option for fans. Right?
Yeah. And
again, if there's physical media available, I wouldn't be nearly as mad. But there's no alternative to watching the stuff. That's my only thing. That's why I got upset initially, because I'm just like, at least if you're taking off the service and you're canceling a show, I get that. But don't take away all viewing options across the board.
Yeah.
That's a slippery slope with this whole streaming thing.
Mm-hmm. I mean, absolutely.
But the point is though, the reason why, Justin, and I don't know what you're going to say there, but I just wanted to answer that RJ just said, because the reason why they have to, and I don't even see that, and that's where I've been kind of concerned about some of the verbiage that's kind of been used about this, and especially towards Zaslav, because it's like people have acted like Zaslav is just coming for their puppy, right? And that he's just trying to kill it, and it's like he's doing this all across the board, and it's bad. But here's the thing. The reason why they're doing it for a reason. They're doing it because this has just like been stale stuff that's been sitting around. And if they do this to get the tax write-off to save the money that they need to save, it can't be available. It can't. They can't just go, well, it's available over here and it's available over here, but we're going to make sure it's not available here.
It's just a shame when it comes to these corporate things. And again, I understand. Like,
it's just what it is. You know, I mean, they have to retire.
I just want to clarify. I don't think you guys are wrong. I'm just looking at it from the creative point of view, but you guys are looking at the business point of view. I think both are valid in a sense. Like, I think what you guys like. I can't argue that you're wrong because I don't think you're wrong at all. I just want to clarify that. I don't think you guys are wrong in your assessment of the situation. The cuts need to be made. There's no doubt about that. I just think maybe overall they could have been executed better, or there could have been better communication to soften the blow a little bit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I just think when it comes to like things like the Batgirl, we're going to talk about this in just a second because I got the information on the Batgirl thing. Apparently they want to delete it and whatnot. But I don't think that it's this thing of like them sitting up like Dr. Evil going, oh, we're going to delete the entire movie so that no one can see it. I highly doubt that though, because here's why.
It seems like that.
To some people it might seem that way, but my whole thing is the reason why they have to do it in the first place is because if you're getting the tax write-off and you're saying we cannot make money on this thing, you have to eliminate it. Because the risk is that somebody puts it out there and it's seen and it's done and that damages damages the company.
Right. And just to clarify.
Hold on. I have a different argument. I don't understand. Maybe there's a different game plan that HBO has for that, and Warner Brothers has. But I don't understand the whole.
Well, they're getting rid of kids.
Hold on. Yeah, the kids' content. You knew where I was going with that. Like, I don't understand, getting rid of all the Sesame Street content unless they're gonna make a kids platform. For that. Like,
dude, Sesame Street content was literally stuff from 40 years ago.
Yeah, and
nobody's going back. I like it too, but listen, that was just literally taking up space. Nobody was watching it.
Crazy Joe was, Enoch.
I know Crazy Joe was
vocal about that.
I know Crazy Joe was, but here's the thing:
who's Crazy Joe?
Listen. Every once in a while, I remember something from Sesame Street, and I go onto YouTube and I find it. I'm like, I remember that, but I'm not watching full episodes of Sesame Street from 1976 or from 1984, you know what I mean, or whatever. Like, nobody is doing that, and little kids today are not going back and watching episodes of Sesame Street. There have been thousands.
For media preservation,
I think it but that can be preserved in other ways without it being on a streaming service for people to see it. Because nobody's watching it, so it's just taking up space. Where, listen, there's sometimes it sucks, but you got to make room. And the thing is, if nobody's watching it, they have the numbers on that, right? They have the numbers on it, and there are thousands of episodes of Sesame Street. So I'm sorry that Crazy Joe won't be able to just like go and watch whatever episode of Sesame Street that he wants to watch from 40, 50 years ago.
I think there should be a database for it and a platform to
who's going to pay for it?
Who cares?
Well, technically,
no. You have to care. See, you're proving William's point. You're proving William's point. You're letting your emotion run into it, and so you don't care who's got to pay for it, but somebody has to pay for it.
Just with the case of Sesame Street, isn't that it's PBS, right? It's funded by the government, isn't it? Because it's public broadcasting. It's HBO licensed out. Sesame Street on the stream.
No. It's paid for by grants from personal. That's why, like at the end of everyone, it's like paid for by with a grant from Sears Roebuck Foundation.
And
back in the day,
thank you.
And viewers like you, and it's funded by. That's why they have their telethons and stuff like that, because that's what funds it. It's not. It's public broadcasting. No, it's public broadcasting. There are some things that are subsidized, but it's not paid for by that. It's paid for by private contributions and by public contributions from people who give to public access.
Well,
and I wanted to clarify just real quick with the Infinity Train thing. So, as far as I'm aware, with the animated stuff that got cut, they're not doing tax write-offs from what was described by one of the creators directly impacted, like I said before in that big blog post. What he said was what he was told was that they did not want to pay the residuals for these properties at all. But the problem with that is, and again, I understand from the business point of view, again, I'm just looking at this from the creative side. The issue with that and the reason why people especially got pissed off was because the residual monies that all these creators were getting for these animated shows was going towards their healthcare. So now it's a big thing. It's like, okay, that money we got from these shows, these residuals we were getting, that's not going to be able to go to our healthcare anymore. It's not going to cover us anymore. So that's, I think, why it's. And again, there's the whole thing.
So they're not getting other projects and jobs from anything else that their healthcare would be covered. I mean, that's how. Isn't that how that works? I mean, like you go to your next project, and then that's paying for your.
Well, like I said, I am sure. Like I said, I think
I'm just asking the question too, RJ, because isn't that the point, that it's like, okay, so you don't have this job anymore that pays for your health care, so you go to the next job, and that's what these people do. So you don't have a job doing this anymore.
Well, because stuff in Hollywood, it's all based on they're contract workers. Everything's a contract work in Hollywood.
It's not just about residuals either. They have made a statement, and if you can read this across everything he's doing, they don't want this demographic as part of their identity going forward.
Which I find, again.
Why?
Again, that's their business model. I just find that bizarre because
if
kids
you're
and
talking about business model, then that's the right way to go. Listen, you got to cut away the sentimental aspect of the connection to animation and all this, and put it down to dollars and cents.
But it does make money though for some companies.
The lowest performing demographic that they have is this. All right, and it is not a demographic that cultivates and branches into things that they have decided that they need going forward. It does not affect their median demographic that they want to make.
No, I
money.
understand. That's why with everything, like every single company, when they need to make cuts, it's always animation and kids programming.
Why? That's not an accident. That's not.
No, I know. I know why. I know why, because they don't think it performs as well and they don't value it as much.
RJ. They have the numbers. See, we're guessing. They have it. They have every chart and diagram, and they probably have it going back longer than we've been alive. They probably have that archive. They have enough evidence to say that they don't want this demographic as part of their identity going forward. And I think what's happened is these things are connected to people's childhood, and like everything else, when people have to make a business decision, they think their childhood is being attacked. People grew up on DC animation, so they think that it's a business decision. I've been saying longer than any of you have ever known me, even before I knew what YouTube was or a Zasoff was, that they should have cut DC animation about 14, 15 years ago.
Yeah, but okay, the one thing I will say though, okay, just again, I understand the business aspect of it. What I will say though is that if we're talking about data, people have talked about this. One of the biggest issues when it comes to streaming services is churn, where people like constantly leave and go, leave and come back because there's not enough content on the platform to keep them subscribed. They only subscribe for certain periods of time when there's content on there that they're interested in. Animation and the kids stuff helps to circumvent churn, especially with families and sometimes even single parent households. So I am kind of surprised they're going to cut that out. Not because, like I said, I think you can like, what's the word for it? Like not get rid of it completely, but just like shrink it in scope and scale.
You're still paying for it. And that tells you something right there. The fact that they're willing, given what you just said, would be true. The fact that even given that information, which they have far beyond what we're even speculating, they have decided to go this route. But the
other thing that baffles me, and again, this is more, maybe it's because like I was looking forward to this, right? So maybe I'm a bit biased when I talk about this.
That's fine. But
no, what I was going with was that the Batman, the Caped Crusader show, I am shocked that Batman, their premier character, is going to be licensed out to another company.
Batman
for that specific
animation.
show.
Batman live action and Batman animation are two different animals. One is a lion, and one is a hyena.
But look at Disney. You would never see Disney license out one of their animated.
The primary thing that they sold for decades before they even started making live action movies was cartoon. That is their identity. That will always be their identity.
But Warner Brothers' identity is tied to cartoons too. I mean, look at Looney Tunes. They're going to license out Looney Tunes too now.
Not in the recent history.
Well, we're talking about their overall legacy. I'm just saying, I'm shocked that David Zaslav, who seems keen on copying the Disney corporate structure, wouldn't also copy the notion of we need to keep everything under like our brands, our premier brands, all in house.
Because Batman animated is not a premier brand. It's almost,
but it's Batman though. It's a sequel. It's a sequel to the most critically acclaimed and like one of the highest viewed shows ever, animated or otherwise.
Okay, no, Batman live action is the priority.
Batman, and it should be. It should be. It should be. Live action stuff needs to be priority.
I have a drag. I got to get rid of the drag. He's looking at things that we don't have access to. So, like I said, when you say that before, when Batman, you probably remember Batman live action is a totally different universe as far as priority goes. As far as priority draw, there is no Batman animation that you could ever put in a movie theater or anywhere else that I would outdraw a Batman live action. It's not at best it would do a quarter.
What I would say though, you're not wrong. But there was Batman Mask of the Phantasm, which was a much better movie, not business-wise, because business-wise you're correct. I will say Mask of the Phantasm creatively competed with Batman Forever. Batman Mask of the Phantasm was more loved by audiences and critics. It was darker, it was more adult and more sophisticated than the Batman Forever movie, which, let's be fair here, was meant to be lighter and meant to sell toys and be for the kiddies.
Yeah, and for every person that saw Batman Mask of the Phantasm, 20, 30, 40,000 did.
I know, which is a shame.
So,
it's a shame.
Because
it should have been like that.
And here's the thing and I've been trying to drive this point like since I opened up my store. Okay, and we're talking the 90s. All right. There was a thought process that if you started people out with with Batman animation, that they would eventually grow into adult DC Superman fans. I can tell you personally, that's not true. Even Warner Brothers has known this even before these regimes goes. They just didn't have the balls to cut it. All right, because you have different markets and different demos that, let's say, for instance, a Batman character goes through. All right, by the time you grow that character or that customer into an adult that can actually spend money, he's out of that demographic that those movies hit. So you're not connecting anything. You're not growing a customer, really. You're just basically spending little.
Like I said, for me, it's
Can we show something? Okay, so I want to get into, because I do want to address this point, because RJ, in our discussions, and I know we talked.
Which point? I just want to make,
I mean, we talked about a lot of things over the last few days, right? But I know at one point there was a huge discussion about creatives and about how, like, there was going to be this exodus, that people were really pissed off that they weren't going to work with Warner Brothers anymore, and blah 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 blah. It's interesting to me, and I got a couple things here to show. But first of all, there's this that came out that the directors of Batgirl have flat out said, we're in. If they call us back to do anything, we're coming back. So they literally say, if they call us, we're there.
I think that's very smart of them to do. And it's very professional.
That's them, and they just said, look, this is part of doing business, and I think that's what goes with that. Also, though, not only that, but there was this video. Have you seen their video talking about how they found out?
No, I haven't seen the whole thing.
Let's watch this real quick.
Assalamu alaikum, I'm Adil. I'm Bilal, and we're the directors of Image, Black, Gangsta, Snowfall the pilot, Miss Marvel the pilot in the finale, Soil, Bad Boys for Life, and Batgirl. So we wanted to explain actually the day that we found out about Batgirl getting cancelled.
So we were at Adil's wedding. Congratulations, bro.
Thank you. It was beautiful. It was in Morocco. Thank God that my beautiful superhero wife was there with me to support me through this time.
I was in Tetuan. I was visiting the grave of my grandfather and grandmother. And when I was leaving, I picked up my phone and I saw there was a lot of messages. I got a call and they said to me, Batgirl is done.
I was in Tangiers in a hotel honeymooning with my wife, and all of a sudden I got a phone call. Meanwhile, I was getting messages.
Wait, he was at the funeral for his grandfather, and he got messages like that.
They got CM Punk'd. Let's
basically
be honest.
they one of them was at their one of them was at their yeah.
I mean, you know, these are clout chasers 100%. I don't have any. I mean,
no, I mean this was reported, like this is actually factual. They're not lying here. This was reported that they were.
No, I know. It's just like.
Now this is interesting because I didn't know this. Brucifer here says
I lost a little context because I was AFK for a little bit.
Well, Brucifer here says the WB paid their health care, and it was made clear by Sean O'Rourke on Max's stream earlier tonight. That was after you left, RJ.
Yeah, I mean I'll watch that. I mean I like Sean a lot. I think he's a great guy.
I hope they do. I hope they do. And a lot of companies will do that, even though the thing's going away, right?
That's not front page news, though. So.
Yeah, exactly. This is a great point too.
It's going to be licensed out, which still it still baffles me that they would license out Batman of all properties.
Maybe this
but it doesn't mean
why does this baffle you, RJ?
I don't understand why it baffles anyone either, because you literally eliminate the risk. Hold on a second. You literally eliminate your risk. If you're a company that's trying to get healthy again, you need to take as little risk as possible with as much reward. So you license it out, you get all of that money, and if the show doesn't do well, you don't take the hit. If the show does really well, you get more residuals and you get more, and you get all of the benefit of not having to put the money into it, not having to have a place to show it, not have to have all that stuff. Because right now they're in a position right now, and it's just right now. And this is what I keep kind of reiterating. Yeah, it sucks right now. But the thing is that they're trying to get to a healthy place so that eventually they can do investment into projects that they can take risk. Right now is not the time for them to be taking risk. In business, you have a time where you take risk and a time when you don't.
Do you really think the Cape Crusader show is that big of a risk, though? Like a continuation of Batman the Animated Series with all that high-profile talent involved?
I think that people think that it's just a shoe-in, that it's just going to do super well. But I think it's still taking a risk because you're bringing something back from 20 some odd years ago. Almost 30 years ago, man. You're bringing
still
back a
much
concept.
Beloved, though.
I know it's beloved, but the thing is it beloved enough? And you got to remember, they have the numbers on it, right? So they know what their demographic is. They know who they're not just like flippantly just throwing stuff out and going like, well, we're going to get rid of this one and this one we're getting rid of and this one. Like, they've looked at the numbers, they've crunched the numbers of what they need to be, where they need to be at. And to me, it's like, I look at this and I just go, okay, they're smart. They're getting money for their property, for their IP. They'll develop it someplace else, and who knows? They'll sign a contract with somebody where it'll be on another streamer or another channel or whatever for so long, and then who knows if the company gets healthy quickly, you bring it back.
Yeah, well, it's like I told William though. The only reason I was kind of baffled by this is because David Zaslav has said he wants to copy like some of the corporate structure of Disney. He's very much looking at them as like the model, right? Which I get. But the thing about Disney is that you would never see Disney license out like one of their animated shows, even the more riskier ones, to another platform. They love to keep all that stuff in house.
But
they like to keep it all like. They want everything Disney makes to be on Disney Plus. They don't want to license out a Disney Plus show that's made for Disney Plus initially to like a Netflix per se.
In spirit, Chino, it was.
Well, it's the spiritual successor, not the direct.
Yeah.
The direct continuation. It's a spiritual. It's meant to be like in the style of it. Just
Yeah. And again, but this is correct. J.J. Abrams is doing nothing.
Well, he wasn't really. It was going to be Bruce Timm and Paul Dini doing the heavy lifting.
But still, he's doing nothing, man.
Hey, but that was a show he actually made, though. Technically, it's actually a show he produced that's getting made. So I mean,
it's just kind of funny to me because like all that money, man, and nothing. Okay, let's finish this video.
And they said they're gonna kill the movie. And when I heard that, I was shocked because I didn't even realize that was a possibility. It was as if we were doing movie history right there. And I called right away Martin Walsh, the editor, and said, "Yo, you gotta pack up that shit. Back up, copy the movie."
And then they called me and they said, "Yo, shoot it on your phone." So I went on the server and everything was blocked.
Yeah, I apologize. That's not the right thing to do, but I was panicking.
It's an emotional reaction.
It's not good. It's not good to do piracy. But it was just, what do we do? What do you do? And to see that the movie was gone, that we didn't have any access to the footage or able to see it for ourselves again, that was pretty harsh.
It was painful. I was emotional. It was shocking, and certainly for our crew and cast. We were like a family. It was intense. We were passionate to make this movie.
Really, they gave the best of themselves. And the movie was not even done. I mean, there was still a long way to go. It was a lot of work to be done. Same thing that happened with Miss Marvel and Bad Boys for Life. We were just starting to really get somewhere with the post-production.
And there was no VFX. There were scenes that were missing reshoots. And
we got a lot of support from everybody in the world, which really meant a lot to us.
That's the thing that kept us our heads straight.
A lot of people ask us, how can they support us? And our answer is actually, you can support us by watching our movie. Our movie is called Rebel. That's a movie we shot last year and we finished it this year, premiered at the Cannes Film Festival.
Rebel is our most personal and most important movie we ever made.
And it's about something true about the civil war in Syria, about ISIS, about radicalization, and follows really a family. We put everything in that movie. We're so happy and so grateful that people can actually watch that movie. And I would say, watch it, spread the word, and maybe, by watching Rebel, you can imagine what Batgirl could have been. Support us, watch Rebel, spread the word, talk to your friends about it and family, and check it out.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So I will say this. I don't think that people should be negative towards these guys. I know that these guys took a lot of flack. There's a lot of Snyderverse fans. And I just want to point out that just when you're a fan of the Snyderverse, it doesn't mean that you have to hate everything else.
No, these guys are just trying to make
these
a
are
good
two
movie.
guys. These guys weren't trying to kill Snyder's, legacy. They weren't trying to kill, any of that stuff. They were literally just hired to do a job, guys, to make a movie, and they were trying to make the best movie that they could with the through line story of.
And clearly, there
Michael
was more that's
Keaton.
going to be added to it too. They said VFX weren't done. We had reshoots we were
Yeah,
going to
sorry,
add.
I just saw TikTok and I was like, haha.
No, that's what I'm saying. There's a lot of great.
That's what I'm saying, man. TikTok's pretty informative. Actually,
TikTok
There's
is
good stuff on
actually,
there.
TikTok is actually
it
no,
can be.
no,
It can
you're
be.
no. TikTok is. It's like dude, if you look at YouTube, there's a bunch of stupid stuff on YouTube, but there's also a lot of informational, very important things like Poindexter Lounge. Yeah, I mean,
Yes,
I find it
yes.
interesting that these guys, they said, here's the deal. It sucks, but if they call us and they want us back for something, we're there. And I think that it shows that there are some people with this that even though it sucks, they're being adults about it. You know what I mean?
Let me ask you though: do you really think that they'll hire these guys again, or do you think they're gonna go somewhere else?
Yeah, I do. I think that they will.
My thing is this is not me trying to make this like a versus thing, but I have a feeling they're probably gonna get snatched up for another Marvel thing first.
Maybe
just because of Miss Marvel,
They could do both. Listen,
they could do both. They could do both.
It's not
I'm
like
just
the
saying,
80s where you were signed exclusively and you couldn't even talk to another studio. Now these guys are literally working on different studios at the same time. They're getting on their jets, and sometimes they're making it so that they're filming in London, so that when they have another project, they can literally get in the golf cart and roll down to the other one. So most people are going to have the response that these guys have. Why? Because that's how it's done. All right, you don't burn these bridges. The only people who burn bridges are pundits, people on Twitter, and everybody else who does not have any skin in the game at all. But none of the people with actual intelligence are going to burn these bridges because they recognize what an extraordinary situation that these current owners walked into. And everybody forgets the fact that everything is being done through the lens of $43 billion in debt that has to have a plan to get mitigated, or else the stock gets downgraded. And then everything you're thinking about that going.
Can I ask a question real quick? Just real quick, because I saw
Fourth 1000. That Superman show sucks.
Well, supposedly it's still happening. I don't know what's going on with that. No, what I wanted to ask was, okay, so this has been going around the last couple of days, and I'm not an economics guy in terms of like stocks. I don't know crap about the stock market or that. So the headlines right now are saying that in an effort to try and like get rid of a $3 billion debt, that the company has lost a $20 billion market cap. $20 billion market cap they've lost trying to get rid of a $3 billion debt.
Okay.
That's the head. I'm just saying that's the.
I read the headline, and if you Google it, you'll see actual economics.
Because I don't know what market caps is or what that means. Like when you lose a $20 billion market cap, what does that actually mean?
Whenever you have a merger, or whenever you have a hostile takeover, or anything like that, of a company that is in debt, your market cap is screwed for the next 18 months. I don't care what you do. They could have some billion-dollar successes right out of the door. Tomorrow, they could release a movie and it makes $1 billion in 24 hours. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. That debt is what's going to hurt your market cap, because not only are you justifying operational expenses going forward, you're trying to mitigate debt that's already there, which means you're paying interest on it and everything else. So $20 billion, they could say it's a $100 billion market cap. It really won't matter. The only thing that matters is how are you working down the debt that you purchased. See, and a lot of people try to connect it to Netflix. Netflix was different. There's a difference between acquired debt and accumulated debt. Netflix had a plan in place based on what their revenue was pulling in to take care of their debt even before they built it. And they laid that plan out to their stockholders and everybody else. That's why whenever they have to reach a plan to do it, they just have to reassess that plan. But they knew they were going to be running 12 to 13 billion in debt, but their stockholders and financiers were okay because of the amount of revenue that they're being in. Now, acquired debt is different because you only have a certain amount of rules put in place by laws that allow you to mitigate that right off the bat, like writing things off, getting rid of certain things. You only have certain quarters to do that. And if you do not have, so it's a sense of urgency that has to happen before. So by the next quarterly earning report is going to suck too, and possibly the one after that. You're probably looking at about 3 or 4 bad quarterly earning reports simply because you cannot base them on the same things other companies are, because you're dealing with that kind of debt and they acquired it.
Did you guys already talk about the movie delays, by the way?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you see what Boris Kitt said, where they kind of dropped this information in the Hollywood Reporter that apparently, I don't remember what the tweet said exactly, but I think the wording was that this comes on the heels of Warner Brothers like financial straits, where apparently they can only afford right now to release 2 movies for the rest of this year.
What?
I that is just reading that on it alone, that collapses under the weight of its own. That's silly.
Well, no, I mean that's apparently what it is. Like they only have the money right now to release 2. I think actually he corrected it. It's 3 movies. There's Don't Worry, Darling, Black Adam, and House Party, which got moved from HBO Max to theaters. I'll put the tweet in the private chat, but that is what the new reports are saying. Yeah, that's what the new reports are saying.
Let's say, for instance, that's true. That's not unlike any other studio right now. Most studios don't release a certain amount, and in fact, the difference between those studios, they're not carrying $43 billion in debt. So even if another studio releases 5 or 6 in that same amount of time, you're also talking about promotion. You're talking every syllable that these guys are speaking costs money that they don't appreciate.
Well, yeah, because I think it was the Hollywood Reporter article about the delays, or another article said like one of the big reasons for these delays too was that it's about the cost of marketing distribution. They're trying not to like spend a crap ton of money at the moment, because again, the marketing distribution costs right now are like abnormally high or something. Well, I remember what it said exactly.
And it's smarter to push it to other quarters. If you push the release dates, and this is a cool trick, you can kind of not fudge your numbers, but they look a lot better when that expenditure comes at one end of something and the results and the benefit comes in another part. It's like playing a shell game, but it's an old shell game. That's not a headline. Really.
I mean, well, here's the question though. What does that actually mean if, apparently they are so strapped for money right now they can only release 2 movies the rest of the year?
Because you're managing $43 billion in debt. You realize how much money they're paying as much debt as they paid for the company. They are managing as much debt, that not their debt, acquired debt, which is like getting slapped in the forehead. That is massive. I'm actually surprised that the sale went through because of that, because it's going to put a drag on your stock. It's going to put a drag on your outlet or on the outlook of your company. They decided to do it anyway.
Well, the other thing I was thinking about too, though, reading that headline about they can only afford to release 2 movies this year. One of them is Don't Worry, Darling, which that's meant to be like an Oscar movie. So of course they want that to come out because Oscars and they like awards.
Lose money as long as you're getting.
Well, yeah, but that movie's meant to make money for. That's meant to be like an awards play. The only other movie they're releasing the rest of this year is Black Adam, and I'm thinking to myself, Does this mean that their expectations for Black Adam are going to skyrocket because it's like one of only 2 movies they're going to release the rest of the year?
No, but see, Black Adam, and here's the problem with Black Adam, and I've been saying this for a long time. Prior to this regime taking over, the marketing campaign for Black Adam should have been months in, and it wasn't.
Well, it also hasn't been a very good marketing campaign. I think it's been very good thus far.
Yeah, that's the understatement. So by the time that these guys took over, there's nothing that they will be able to do with Black Adam at this point that they took over to increase the marketing campaign other than what it already is. They just didn't do a good job prior to this new regime taking over. And I said this at the fandom. I've been saying this for a year with Black Adam. And people kept telling me, oh, it's still got time to come out. I'm like, we're going to wait until the other regime takes over, and that liability is on them. So, and this out of the movies that they have left, it's this one. I don't think Shazam's going to pull in the kind of money that people would like it to pull. It'll pull in decent money.
It's going to I think it has a better shot now that it's going to like be away from Avatar, honestly.
But see, even still, I think that it had a better shot at making money being in the theaters at Christmas time. But even still, you got to spend a certain amount of money on that risk while you're managing $43 billion in debt. And you're trying to forge a path forward. So you can't, there's really a lot of mediocrity. It's to me, it's Black Adam, sorry Shazam, and The Flash. One of them is already in their strike zone. They can't take that ball out of the strike zone with Black Adam. We are where we're at with Black Adam, and it's time to release Black Adam. But that other one, you can prime that one. You can push that one down the road, and like I've been saying before, push it far enough away to where you can implement your plan to augment everything that you want to keep. Mm-hmm. If you want to keep elements of the Flash, whatever it is that they want to keep, not only do you have time now, but you have time to promote it. And that helps your stock too. I mean, right now there's nothing pretty about this. It's gonna suck for a while, unfortunately, but it sucked for 9 years. And you know what? I'm hearing more upheaval in the last since Zaslav took over than I heard in 9 years.
Well, have you guys talked about because here's the really funny thing, right? And this is kind of opens up a giant can of worms. But here's the interesting thing, right? So initially, what we heard was that they were reworking Aquaman 2 because it was going to come out before Flash.
No.
And they had Michael Keaton as a cameo, but that didn't make sense since just audiences didn't like it because they were confused. So in comes Ben Affleck, right? Now, at least for now, unless Flash gets moved again, now Aquaman 2 is coming out after The Flash. And according to Jason Momoa, at least as of right now, Ben Affleck's still in that movie.
Yep.
So what exactly does that mean?
Yeah, we already talked about that.
Well,
but on that front, I got to get going.
All right, bro.
I had a great night, and
thank you for being here.
If you haven't seen the back of my shirt, can't drive 55.
Hold on, I got one last 8-ball for you. You ready?
For me?
Yep, I'm gonna ask it. Is David Lee Roth better than Sammy Hagar?
I need an 8-ball for that.
Come on. Give me something. What's it going to be? The answer is... Oh, this is weird. No, there's too much fluid. Okay. It says better not tell you now.
Well,
we'll tell you next time. We'll tell you next time you come.
Yeah, it's going to be an ongoing thing.
Tell us all next time. And, this, my journey to... seeing Sammy Hagar and Michael Anthony may be in a video because
I got to see them.
God knows I went through a lot to be able to see any members of Van Halen. You guys all saw it in the group chats, but my God, what was your reaction, Enosh, when you saw my fucking thread of just bad luck of not seeing Van Halen?
Yeah, that's one of them things.
I'm being honest here. I didn't see it.
Okay.
I'm sure it sucked though.
Yep.
And I love you, so. I'm just being honest.
Well, it's okay, and we have a lot of great things to talk about here on the Poindexter Lounge that have nothing to do with Van Halen, even though they're one of the greatest bands ever, and you should all check them out on Spotify or something. I don't know. Take care, guys.
Justin Proper, brought to you by the legacy of Van Halen.
Yes, indeed.
All right, man.
You can drive 55.
All right, bro.
Take care, guys.
All right, man. We'll see you. We'll see you. H-Bart's here with $1.49 super sticker. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. But no, yeah, no.
I just have questions because just like, you know.
No, hey, look, having questions is great, man. Having questions is awesome. I think the thing that that we have found ourselves on different sides of it is just that look, I get it, man. It sucks, and like even William gets it. It's not like we're like just being like stooges about it and just being like 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 no, it's just business, But the thing is,
I just wish that we could have more. Like, I'm not saying like I'm sure you guys have sympathy. I'm just saying like I think that just may come off a certain way because I think you guys are just looking at it purely from business. Not that like you feel like
look,
business,
I'm not just looking at it purely from business. I do look at it from the side that I get it, man. I get that it sucks when you like something and you want to be able to watch it and you can't watch it, or you want to see something and it's not going to be there anymore.
I mean, I just feel bad for the people.
And I feel bad for the people too. The reality is this happens all the time in every facet of business. People go from position to position or project to project, and things happen and change. And just because you're one place right now doesn't mean you're always going to be in that place. And shows get canceled, shows go away. Especially in my generation, dude, there's lots of shows that are just gone. That you can't just go buy them. You don't even think about. People don't even think about them. And that that's it. Like take for example. Have you ever heard of the show Small Wonder?
It's
yes, small
robot.
Yeah, it's a little robot girl, right? I'm sure somewhere it's available on DVD or something like that. But the reality is, if you put that whole show on, I'm sure maybe it's even on a streaming service somewhere. I don't know. How many people are actually accessing Small Wonder? You know what I mean? Like, it's got to make financial sense to anybody to host it. That's what I was trying to get through when Justin said it. Like, it's important because somebody has to pay for it. We can't just go, well, who cares? No, because it can't just exist. You know what I mean? Like, it can't just exist somewhere in the ethos where nobody's paying for it and nobody's maintaining it and nobody's making sure that it's still there. You know what I mean? Like, that doesn't happen. Somebody has to pay for it. It's like everybody who wants free this or free that or free whatever. There is no free. Okay? People who want free healthcare, for example, you can say free healthcare all day long here in the United States, but it's not free. Like, if they go that route and everybody got free healthcare, somebody has to pay for that. It's never free. And then people say, well, the government pays for it. No. Where does the government get its money? The government doesn't make money. The government doesn't produce revenue. The government gets revenue from what? Who? The people. So the people pay for those things. So there's only so much money in taxes, and if you want other things like that, then taxes go up, right? In business, somebody has to pay for those things. Somebody has to pay for that show to be on that streaming service. Somebody has to pay for this thing to be available or whatever. It can't just be available in perpetuity where it's like nobody's going to pay for it. And it's there for the couple of people who want to access it every month. And that's what sucks about it. Right? That's what's because for those couple of people who want to access it, for the crazy Joes of the world who want to go on and watch episode 7284 of Sesame Street and they can't find it, it's going to suck. But the reality is it just has to be. And for those things also that have to go away, like Batgirl, for example, I get it. It sucks. It's and I understand too, RJ. We've talked about the fact that this is unprecedented because it was $100 million movie. It was what it was. But the reality is like, look, I think that there are many things at play here. I think that if they thought for a second they could make money off of this thing, and that it would be profitable, they'd release it. Because it's not that they hate money. They would release it. They had a movie. They had a movie that was done, right? They had a movie that was done.
The whole Batgirl thing. back then I said if this was a one-time thing, it's like I get it. I guess it's just everything else added on top of this is like whoa.
Well,
But the thing about the Batgirl thing though is just like for me at least. I mean, again, I'm not in the room where they have this conversation. I guess my only question would be it's like, listen, it's a streaming movie, right? It's streaming. You're gonna like try and just like with streaming movies, you release something. It's content meant to just add to your content portfolio on your service. I don't think it really would have like hurt it if they released it right on streaming at least. Theatrical, I get that. If they didn't think it was gonna make money in theaters, that's one thing. But like, considering all the crap that ends up on streaming anyway, would it really have been that big of a deal?
I think it's.
But I mean, I mean, I don't know though. I don't know. I'm just saying.
Okay, so a lot of the compressed stuff that's happened since the new regime took over is being assailed by a lot of people, and that's fine. But if you sit down and think about it, I keep saying those slings and arrows need to be aimed at the people who created the situation. Batgirl should have never even been greenlit. Wonder Twins should have never been greenlit. There's a lot of stuff right now that has to be shifted around and cut out and replaced and redone and pushed away because of what the previous manager. And that's why whenever somebody tries to defend any of these guys remaining in their position, I want to tear my eyes out and throw them at the screen. I'm like, what have you been seeing the last 5 years that says this group of people, even if you like them individually and they can be defended individually, this unit is built a house so bad that the brand new tenants have to tear it down. That is an indictment on their predecessors. Be mad at them. I'm not saying don't be mad, but don't bring up Zazov's name when people weren't bringing up the goons that caused this. He's a postscript.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think people are bringing up Zaslav's name because he's choosing how to fix this, and the way he's fixing it.
Can we talk about this for a second? Okay, so also this was the weird thing. Secret Batgirl screenings hit the Warner Brothers lot.
Yeah, they're showing the movie.
The canceled DC film is getting funeral screenings before footage is put under lock and key. There's a couple of key things here. It says won't be flying. It says Warner Brothers. It says is getting to see a group of insiders is getting to see the film during secret screenings on the Warner Brothers lot this week. Multiple sources tell the Hollywood Reporter. They are said to be for people who worked on the movie, both cast and crew, as well as representatives and executives. One source described them as funeral screenings held before the film is sent off to an undisclosed afterlife, with footage locked away in a vault, either physical or digital. And then it just talks about Zaslav stuff. But then it comes down here, and it says what's more, filmmakers, the directors say that they do not personally have access to any footage. Those sources say it's possible some players connected to the project may have footage on personal drives. In contrast, when Zack Snyder left Justice League in the spring of 2017, he departed the Warner's lot with a laptop containing a rough 4-hour cut of the film, one that he would later complete after a year's life. Like, Warner Brothers, I think, learned from their mistake with Justice League.
Yeah, they're like,
let's not let that happen again. But then it says, generally a studio will not get the full tax write-down immediately on a money-losing project, but rather will get a certain percentage right away and the rest over a period of years. That's because it's unclear how much a project might make or lose over its lifetime as it hits cable and other platforms. So that's
why it's hard to quantify how much it would have made or lost.
Right. And then it goes here. It says several sources suggested that Warner Brothers might make the drastic move of actually destroying its Batgirl footage as a way to demonstrate to the IRS that there will never be any revenue from the project, and it should be.
That is bizarre. Okay, that is the one that everyone's talking about because that's like so bizarre. Because at least in the history of their tax write-downs, they've never done that. They would just lock it away.
We're talking about a merger, though. You're talking about
this also just says several sources suggested. I just see that as
I know it's saying that they're thinking about it. This is something that could happen.
It's such a and thus it should be entitled to the full write down immediately. Other sources dispute that notion, noting that there are other projects that still have footage locked away that will never see the light of day, such as HBO's first Game of Thrones spin-off pilot, Blood Moon, an hour of television that not even authored George R.R. Martin has seen. There's also the possibility that Warner's could, down the road, decide Batgirl is worth releasing and pay back the government its tax liability.
Highly doubt that, though.
Yeah, but I mean,
would I even want that? If they go on a different road, do I need to see somebody else's leftovers in the midst of them going on a new way? I don't need to see that.
No, I agree. You know, so here's what's weird about this though. We just literally watched a video where they were like, the film wasn't anywhere close to done. We were just getting into post production, like really like getting into it and everything. So what the hell did they show?
They probably just showed the unfinished.
Yeah, they just showed the work cut.
The work cut, maybe.
Yeah.
I guess
That's
I don't know.
weird. You know what I mean? That's a really weird.
Unless they were lying and it was done, but I don't think they would lie.
Or this is being like served up as like, oh, look at Warner Brothers, you know, doing this, you know, horrible thing, you know, showing it's a funeral showing, you know, of the, you know what I mean? It just seems so dramatic. That's where I get tired of this stuff. It's like, I know, man, but it seems like so dramatic. It's like, it was like a funeral showing and it's blah, blah, blah. Simon Section here with a $4.99 super chat says, small wonder. How about, I was going to bring up Automan, actually, Simon. You're in my head. What about Automan, Manimal, Street Hawk, starring Rex Smith, the original Daredevil? Yes.
Manimal, Simon McCorkindale. Woo!
Just saying. Hey, by the way, RJ, did you see this guy on TikTok that I showed earlier? This Billy? Have you seen him?
No, I don't think I have. No.
Oh, you haven't seen Billy? It's this guy. He's like
you saw it, RJ.
Yeah, he's a pop culture guy. He's got bad takes though. I think. I mean, he talked about She-Hulk. If you haven't seen it, look, I'll play it for you here right now.
Hey, Billy here. I just want to tell you my thoughts on that She-Hulk movie or show there. That just came out. Yeah, I'm a big Hulk fan. Go way back, me and the Hulk. Love that. Love me some David Banner back there. Bill Bixby. You know, they changed his name from Bruce because they thought that, you know, Bruce sounded like it was a little too gay, and they didn't want that. So they changed it to David for the show. I don't know why they changed it back. I thought it was a good idea. But you know, that there She-Hulk, she's pretty to look at, ain't she? But you know, she's got a little bit of an attitude, you know, trying to tell the men what to do. You know how it is. And I just don't know if I get down with that. But, you know, I don't like a woman can throw me across the room either. If anyone's going to be doing the throwing, it's going to be me. And you know how that is. But I don't know. I'm going to wait and see how it is. I'm a big MCU fan. So, you know, I do believe that they'll eventually get it right. And we'll see more of that muscular.
That is amazing.
I don't know where he's going with that muscular thing, but obviously did not care for She-Hulk and wants him to still be David Banner. So, you know, I don't know, man. I also hear he's going to be selling T-shirts that say, you know, that's how it is, you know, or you know how it is. So, you know, guy's got a catchphrase and everything.
You gotta make your cash.
But hey, it's DC Talk Extended, renewing his membership. Hey, buddy, thank you, my friend. Which, you know what, if you renew your membership, you know what that gets. That's gonna get a little woo. Let me see. It's right under.
Somebody come get her.
It's how I know where it's at because he's like right underneath.
Showtime! Woo! 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 Woo!
My soul hurts every time you play that.
And you know what's funny is the icon for some reason is upside down of Ric Flair.
Really?
I have no idea why. Like every other icon that I have is completely upright, but for some reason the icon of the Ric Flair one is upside down. So
that's okay.
Yes. Between you and Ric Flair is this one, and this one.
Well, I want you to put it in my ass.
Yeah. So that's between you and Ric Flair, my friend. That's between you and Ric Flair.
And yes, Watcher, She-Hulk episode 2 did drop. So
yeah. So with that, I just, you know, it's weird because like I said, I wonder like what the heck were they watching? They're just watching the dailies. They're watching, like, here's a bunch of footage that we shot, so we're just gonna show it to you. No, I know. I know. I mean, they got like a, you know, I get it, you know, but they were like, there can't be much there already. You know what I mean? Something obviously, but they were like, but they talked about in that video that it's like they didn't. So I don't know,
you have your stuff that you shot, then you have your concept sketches. Sometimes in the place of certain scenes, you have notes. Sometimes I'll have like a chart or something like what's going to happen. the effects and all that, how it's laid out, and then they'll move on to the next rolling scene. That's probably all it was at this point. But it all depends on how much they were really done.
Here's the important question, though. Is anything going to leak from these funeral screenings? Will anything leak?
They'll be able to trace it back. They'll be able to trace it back because they probably limited and it was very high security. And once again, you don't want to do anything stupid. If you're going to work with these guys again, Warner Brothers is a major studio. People don't forget that. And a lot of these other studios are going through their issues too. So, and Warner Brothers, especially now would not be the time to not work. You finally, after all these years, after one knucklehead CEO after another, you have a guy in there that had, for all intents and purposes, has a decent vision. So you're going to want to work with these guys again. You know, when the money gets laid down on the table, you got to make a decision. And it is a business. Yeah, it is all about business to the point where hurt feelings and sentiments don't keep lights on. All right? At the end of the day, it is a job, it is an occupation, and you want to keep your career going. And you're not going to cross a major studio like that. Even Nolan, I bet you anything, within a year, Nolan will be back doing stuff for Warner Brothers.
Well, let's see how Oppenheimer does first, though. He may like working with Universal better. You never know.
He's going to, Alan, he'll still do films for Universal, but the dates of exclusive contracts are done, dude. You can work for anybody you want to, even if you do a first look. First look means that studio gets the first look at your content.
Hey, thank you, William, for the great segue. The one thing I like that David Zaslav did, he signed Matt Reeves to a first look deal. And they're investing in all that stuff. So, hey, that's somewhat good news.
James Gunn will be next.
You think they're going to keep James Gunn?
Yeah. They're definitely going to keep James Gunn.
I mean, hey, it'd be interesting. I don't know if everyone would be okay with that. I think a lot of people would be upset by that, but I'm cool with that.
Listen, I think...
Where's that?
That must be on their Instagram.
Hold on. Okay, hold on. I got it. Okay, so hold on. I got it here. I just want to make sure I protect the thread. Okay, so let's see here. This is Ivory Aquino. This is Dear Mr. Zaslav. It's a letter to Mr. Or to letter to David Zaslav. Dear Mr. Zaslav, I just read an article on the Hollywood Reporter about supposed funeral screenings of Batgirl and the possibility afterwards that the film footage would be destroyed. If this is the case, as one of many who poured our hearts into the making of this, as much as I've tried my best to be strong these past few weeks, I find myself crying, for lack of a better term, from grief. And tonight was one of those nights. As much as Batgirl has been labeled a woke film, it simply came together that way because of writing that reflects the world we live in. Oh, so it was maybe woke. For me, more than anything, it is a father-daughter story which hits close to home, as my dad passed a year ago, shortly before I booked this project, and I was hoping it would resonate with other children around the world, grown and not so grown, who hold their fathers in the highest esteem and who could see Batgirl as a story of that special bond. I found myself not being able to talk about this ordeal with anyone. I realized that no one, apart from those involved with the film, would truly understand what we're feeling, and talking about it with my castmates, I feel might be akin to rubbing salt on a still open wound. My heart goes out to Leslie Grace and our beloved directors and entire crew and cast who spent months dedicating their all to this endeavor. Leslie checked in on me the day we found out of the shelving and had only words of comfort and support. I've dared not ask since if she spent nights holding back tears like I have, because she has had to be in the face of our Batgirl family, and she has had to put on a brave face as a way of taking care of us, the way she gracefully steered our film. Tonight, I finally got to talk with a dear friend here about these intense feelings, who shared with me an anecdote which helped provide inspiration for this letter to you. They said the head of a company is like one large cog atop increasingly smaller cogs underneath. One seemingly small movement by this large cog may seem relatively tiny, but for those little cogs at the bottom, they could be spinning tenfold, and the effects can be seismic. I can only endeavor to understand how one feels when tasked with tending to the bottom line like you have. I can't even begin to imagine what one in your position goes through, having such great responsibility to attend to. I do know and ask, with something like Batgirl, that's a product of our hearts and souls, that the little cogs not simply be seen as widgets whose fates are determined by an equation to benefit the bottom line. More than widgets, we are fellow human beings and artists who, when given the chance, can outperform the equation and multiply the bottom line exponentially. If a month ago there wasn't a marketing budget for Batgirl, I'd venture to say that that has been taken care of by the turn of events these past few weeks. We've been fortunate to have such amazing supporters since the beginning, from Glasgow, where we filmed, and from all over the world. Now more people know about our labor of love and are eager to see the movie. I do hope you get to read this letter. Consider releasing Batgirl. She's always been an underdog, and now nowhere to go but up. I think, is there one more? Nope, that's it. Okay. Well, that's interesting. I mean, it's very emotional.
very heartfelt and emotional.
Yeah,
too.
I mean, look, it's very emotional.
I wish the situation,
it's real people, you know.
I feel bad for her, and my heart goes out to her as well. I wish the situation didn't exist that necessitated this move.
Well, I think also too what I liked about it that she didn't like blame Sass.
Yeah,
She's like, I understand you made this decision because you have a lot of pressure on to deliver.
Write a letter. I would like to see someone, not necessarily her. I would like to see somebody write a letter to the previous individuals in the regime, a letter like that. Thank you for creating a situation now. Like I said, look, this is what we have to deal with now. Somebody this entire time, I cannot believe after this much mismanagement that the headline is what's going on now instead of what is. You know, it's like walking up to a house that's burned to the ground and not even discussing the fire that caused it.
No, you're right. You're right.
Be heartfelt to the people. And like I said, the next person that tries to bring up, well, I think this guy's going to keep his job. I think they're going to keep his job. Fuck these guys. All right? Not on a personal level, because I don't have anything personal against any of them, but they're part of the losing team. I always say 2-14 and you win your last 2 games, you're getting fired, all right? You may be a great offensive coordinator, a great father, a great son, great everything, right? But collectively, you produce a product that somebody now has to come in with a huge shovel and dig up and clear out. That is your legacy. And that legacy is bleeding over. And a lot of people that are brand new in their positions are having to take the hit for things that should have never happened. We shouldn't even be talking about a Batgirl movie to begin with. If things have been managed properly, this isn't even something that has to be undone. So blame the doers, not the people who had to undo.
So William would not bring back Walter Hamada, confirmed.
No. I mean, and Walter, listen, Walter Hamada has his place in Hollywood. There's just sometimes people just aren't a good fit.
I don't understand this comment, Michelle, because we don't know.
No, I think that I think Michelle's basically saying, like, because this movie was so, you know, I don't know what the word for it is. I guess, like, perceived to be woke. It's like, I think what she's saying is that it seemed like this movie put the identity politics and the race of the people involved ahead of, like, the actual story. I think it's what she's trying to get.
Yeah, I guess.
The problem is, I agree 100% what she said in that. Listen, woke is a catch-all phrase. It's a cop-out phrase, in my opinion, for people not wanting to recognize the world around them. And most of the people who say it, I'm sorry, are people who will never feel the effects of not having been a part of the situation and been a part of the conversation for a very long time. So when you see people of whatever ethnic group, whatever gender is they're finally being in something, that's considered woke because it shakes the status quo of what was before. I'm sorry, that's just progression. They can come up with whatever word they want to for it. That's just life moving on. It's being 2022 and not 1952. But once again, it is a, when you look at the people that brought this situation to you, how can there ever be any defense for any of these individuals that created this situation? Even if you like them individually, you don't hate them. I don't hate Walter Mata. I don't hate Holy Internet. I don't hate Ansar. I don't hate these people. But collectively as a unit, they were a failure, in my opinion. And that what underscores their failure, when someone has to come out up from behind you and do this much cleaning up, that means the previous guy either made a mess or didn't do his job right. So
Well, I think people have to realize too, though, like this movie wasn't like the movie wasn't made just to kill stuff that you loved, or it wasn't made just to be like to try and push an agenda. But it was made because of a bad management. It wasn't made for like a malicious reason.
No, yeah, and I'm not saying they did make, but once again,
no, I know. I'm just listening to the chat. I think the chat. Maybe,
okay. You know. Yeah, just I'm like, I understand the anger, and nobody's wrong to be angry and affected by this, especially that lady who wrote that letter. But all I'm saying is that just understand that we didn't just teleport here. We didn't just wake up and wow, it's just this is the beds I made.
It's been a long time coming, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, and stop defending these guys that are on their way out.
But you know, Todd here with the $5 super chat. Todd, Todd, I mean, making the bold proclamation that Marvel is the gold standard, and so I got two more things. But you know what? Todd, you got the 8 ball. We're gonna ask the 8 ball the magic question. Magic 8 ball. Is Todd right when he says Marvel is the gold standard?
We all know the answer.
Signs point to yes. So there you go. Signs point to yes.
Again, I always.
But I got to ask the question. So I'm glad I got you two here because you two can help me out with this.
Sure.
So on TikTok this week, I did one of these funny little things that like it puts two characters above your head and you just got to pick, one or the other, right? And so I had it in like first it had Captain America. And I was like, cool. And it was like Captain America versus Hulk. And I was like, oh, no, I'll take Captain America. And I was like, okay. And then it was like Captain America versus Aquaman. Jason Momoa's Aquaman. And I picked Captain America, right? Even. And then it was like Captain America versus Superman. And I was like, well, no, Superman. Yeah, for sure. And I picked Superman. And then it was like Superman versus Black Widow. And I was like, yeah, I go Superman. And then it was like Superman versus this person, that person, whatever. Then it's the Superman versus Thor. And I picked Superman. And apparently, I opened up a can of worms I didn't even know existed. Because I wasn't even making the statement. I was just saying who I like. It was not even a versus like if they were fighting. People took it that way, and Marvel fans came after me.
Well, I have to ask. Was this movies or comics?
It didn't matter. It just had the characters. It had the actors who portrayed them, but it didn't say versus. It didn't say battle. It didn't say nothing. It was just like, I was like, okay, hey, this, like I'm gonna pick my favorites, and I was just like, hey, and so I picked Superman as my favorite. People came after me trying to tell me that Thor could stomp Superman.
Technically, yeah.
Could he though? Could he?
Yes,
How?
Yes.
How do you figure that?
Hold on, his lightning is based on magic, the same way Shazam beat the hell out of Superman. Remember how he did?
But in the end, Superman is vulnerable to magic. It's not a given that Superman is just going to get beaten by magic. He is vulnerable and susceptible to it. Superman has wiped the mat with Shazam because Superman is a super intellect and figures out a way to get around the magic thing so that the magic cannot be used against him.
Except for the time I don't know, he almost Kingdom Come. I mean, granted, he did outsmart him, but that was because Billy Batson was being unpossessed by the worm at that time. But I think Thor could take him. I think he would have to get. Listen, that's.
I don't think he would win, but it'd be a good fight.
And much it all depends on who's writing it too. By the way, it's not like it's. Like
I'm just saying over the history of the characters, because then people were coming at me with what was it, Cosmic Thor or like.
Well, there are some Thors that are like insanely like
just right. Thor could do it.
Yeah, there's like the Cosmic Herald.
I don't feel like I don't feel like that at all. But the thing is like people were like the Rune Thor or whatever, and I was like, well, look, I said, look,
Thors are like really.
I said, look, if you're gonna start bringing other Thors into it and like other powered up Thors or whatever, then you got to be able to bring other powered up Superman into it. And if you bring a Superman 1,000,000 into it, it's done. Who's gonna beat that? Who's gonna beat Superman 1,000,000? Thor ain't beating Superman 1,000,000.
Okay.
It just ain't happening.
Well, here's a question though,
Because people act like Superman is just a bunch of muscles, and he's not. He's literally like in All-Star Superman. Superman's literally going back to the Fortress of Solitude to make sure that we have the technology and the progression to heal diseases and things like that, because that's what he's working on at the Fortress. He is a super intellect, and people forget that about Superman, that he is literally thinking light years ahead of us, not in cognitive, but also in speed, in all those things. And so, yeah, Thor has magic, but even in the crossovers that are written, and this is what I point out, people are like, well, you can't use a crossover or whatever. And I said, well, you can, because it's not to say all the time, but like if you see a crossover that is sanctioned, it may not be canon, but it's sanctioned. And if you have that, then you actually have an instance. And like you said, it depends upon who writes it, because whoever writes it could figure out a way to try to,
Thor's winning. Dan Jurgens is right that Superman's winning. Can I ask you something in the chat room? Because I just read something that you kind of okay. This is back when we were talking about. I hate to throw you off. William, it's not progression. We're only invited to the conversation to ride the coattails of characters popularized by whites. They still don't take the risk with original backers. Okay, I understand 100% what you're saying, Fourth 1000, but I don't think that a company should push forth a bad situation just to do that. I actually think you undercut us by pushing a movie just for that reason. All right, if there are other reasons, if that was the only reason why this was getting pulled or shelved, then I would agree 100% with you. But you can't flip it around and say, let's make a bad business decision and go forth with a movie that the production company is not on board with, specifically because you're right, we have been underserved. I would, as a black person, I would never condone bad decision making bad on that. Your next decision, though, when it's time for you to recognize all this, do it, but do it under the right circumstances. I am not okay with them going forward with Batgirl just based on the fact that we've been underrepresented. Because if you put out a crap movie, then we're poorly represented. You see what I mean? And that actor and that actress, they don't get anything good out of that. They're connected to a bad movie. Halle Berry is an Academy Award winning actress, but she's attached to an awful movie. We were represented there, weren't we? So I understand what people are saying, but at the same time, make a good movie. Make a Black Panther level movie if you want to represent me, or make movies where we're shining. Make Captain America make Falcon Winter Soldier, things that I think were represented properly in. But you have to weigh it. You can't push things. You can't push a square through a circle hole just to right some wrongs that have been happening. Yeah. Otherwise, you just make things worse. In my opinion, that's just
okay. I gotta ask you this question too. Okay, so Thor. Okay, so we can disagree on that, but here, Ghost Rider.
Ghost Rider versus who?
Versus Superman.
Ghost Rider. Ghost Rider is purely magic. He's purely magic. Superman wouldn't even get to him. That's the thing, is that what kind of story are we writing? And do you know how many villains? And I know you do. You know how many villains Superman has that are magic. Yeah, but you also
and they don't beat him.
Once again, and there's plenty that have.
Not in the end. Now, winning a battle is not the same as winning a war.
This is a loaded question, because first you have to, what's the story and who's writing it?
Here's the thing. Who cares about Ghost Rider? We need to answer the question of our time, the question that's dominated online culture the last 20 years. Superman versus Goku. Come on now.
That's been like categorically gone over so many times that
there's a definitive answer now.
And Superman wins.
No, it's actually been proven that Goku would win.
No, it's not.
It just got proven that just a couple weeks ago. It got proven he would win.
A violent cartoon, by the way.
No. He has all these new god forms, man. It's done.
That's dumb.
That's Last dumb. Unicorn. Oh, don't reboot the Last Unicorn.
That's dumb. This is dumb. It's just dumb. This is dumb.
It's gonna that debate will exist for as long as time goes on. It'll be the great debate of our time.
Superman can destroy worlds. He just chooses not to.
He can go back in time.
He literally chooses not to.
Goku could teleport him to a planet where there's a red sun.
Superman could literally use a mother box and take him to the end of time like he did with Doomsday.
I hated that.
I love that. I love that solution.
Oh my!
It sucks that somebody found out and went and got him back, but it's a great solution. How do you beat the thing that never can die? You take it to the end of time where it will cease to exist. That's brilliant.
If I could uncreate a character in comic books, he's in the top 5 that I would uncreate.
Who?
Doomsday, because after that initial storyline, it just got like, oh jeez.
Well, they did stupid stuff with Doomsday, but that was the whole point of Doomsday.
Didn't the New 52 do something where Superman got infected and turned into Doomsday?
Yeah, I got that action figure.
Was that a good story or no?
No, none of the New 52 stuff was good. Dude.
Wait, so what? I never read that. So what happened with Superman? Did he turn to Doomsday and die or something?
Ooh, what ended up? I threw that
No,
away.
he turned into Doomsday, but then they turned it into a Doomsday, and then they were like, it was like a virus or whatever, and so it went around and and then they
killed off that version of Superman. I remember.
Yeah, but it wasn't over the Doomsday thing, was it?
I don't remember. I just know they killed off the New 52 Superman.
I'm just glad that they killed him. I'm just glad that they.
People say he's maybe the worst version of Superman ever.
He was.
Anything from New 52, I'm sorry, but that's another thing right now. It is. I know Zazov's not even thinking about the paper medium, but you got to fix the comics division, dude. You got to fix the comics division.
Well, there's talk that Jim Lee was on his way out.
That's cosmic book news, though. I don't trust that.
If whoever it is, empower them, and wow, I look at my order sheet every week, and I'm like.
Okay, speaking of news, speaking of all these things, this person versus that person, and is it our last topic of the night? Did you hear? This is a new one. I mean, this is a new one. I cannot believe that I heard this, and I can't. It's the first time I've ever heard it. Henry Cavill is going to be in Black Adam.
Well, here's the thing, though, Enosh. I think this is actually legit.
Henry Cavill is going to be in Black Adam.
We got to be in Vegas for this. Come down to Vegas. We
need Enosh to fly down just to see the movie with William, and we can film
even
his
if it's
reaction.
only that 10 seconds,
just to film his reaction if this happens.
The whole crowd, the whole theater.
I don't know. Okay, can I just point something out? William, like every time somebody brings up something sexual on the channel, like William gets a little shy and like he disappears for a second or whatever, and I don't get that, but. Then today on his was it Instagram or something like it was like Instagram, like I see this whole thing about like the Rocky Horror Picture Show, and there's like Dr. Frankenfurter, what look-alike, in full lingerie or whatever, is like doing something to some dude. I don't even know what that was all about, and I'm just like, is this what happens at the Sci-Fi Center
every fourth Saturday of the month if you're in Vegas?
Listen, the world needs to see Enosh's filmed reaction if this happens.
Oh, look, I'm going to be happy. Don't get me wrong. I'm going to be happy.
And The Rock punches him and then Superman dies.
Oh, gosh.
I think they're gonna end the scene staring at each other and then roll credits.
Shadowface. It's Shadowface Superman pulls up.
That's the thing, though. Like, so I'll just tell you what, because I don't even know if the article goes and everything. The word was that they did test screens for Black Adam, right? In the post-credit scene that people are now openly talking about, it basically like shows Superman like walking up from the shadows. You see the chest, but it stops right before they show the face. It stops right, like you can kind of make out the face, but you can't fully see it. It's enclosed in darkness, but it's meant to be Henry Cavill. It's the bright blue and it's a bright blue and red suit. Supposedly it's the same suit from Man of Steel, not the BVS suit, but the Man of Steel suit. And in the
I like the Man of Steel suit better.
Yeah, and in the scene they play the John Williams music. Now, what's being said now, though, supposedly, is that this may just be a placeholder scene with the John Williams music and the no face Superman, because they're saving the final version that Henry Cavill shot about a month or two ago with the new costume, with the proper Hans Zimmer theme, and showcasing his face for the final release. And they don't want that getting out until the movie actually releases.
That's what I'm betting my money on.
That's the rumor.
That's what even though
the test audiences are seeing the face of Superman, the real movie, you will see Cavill. That's the rumor.
And that will change a lot of conversation. Just that 10 seconds. You want to fix something? You want to change the trajectory of your conversation about your IP in 10 seconds? Watch how we're feeling when we leave that theater.
But if it's not though, and it's the faceless one, we're gonna have some problems. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, you are, and there's no reason for it at this point. There's no reason for it at this point.
Triton, listen, calm down, bro. Listen.
What's going on in the chat?
Hold on a second. Todd is having fun. Todd always pokes fun, has some fun. It's not serious, bro. Everything is not like a serious conversation about things regarding the Snyder Cut or Snyderverse or whatever. Like, so don't think Todd likes to have fun and likes to say funny things, and you guys don't need to be getting like all bent out of shape with Todd. Like, seriously, I defend Todd like to the hilt, because like Todd is just poking fun. He's just having fun. He's just trolling people and having fun. At the end of the day, he's not trying to be serious and try to like, piss off Snyder fans. He's just being funny. Let him be funny. Okay, let's look at this. Because a lot of people are riding on this now.
Headset Enterprise.
Oh, hang on. What the heck?
Hello? It's an ostrich.
Turn the ostrich off. Okay, Henry Cavill is reportedly returning to the role of Superman for Dwayne Johnson's upcoming DC movie Black Adam. DC fans have been wondering about the cinematic future of Superman for a while. Following the Warner Brothers Discovery merger, the company was said to be looking to revitalize the character, but is yet to announce any new upcoming live-action Superman projects. Did you hear Val Kilmer wants to return to the DC as the Dark Knight?
I did, yeah. He talked about that. Yeah, he said, I'd be down for that if they want to do something with that.
Yes, in Silent Night. Holy Night. Sorry. Fans are also anticipating an appearance from Henry Cavill to announce the character's return at San Diego Comic-Con, but such an appearance never materialized. However, Black Adam star Dwayne Johnson made a few comments on crossing paths with the Man of Steel. Now it looks like, rather than just speculating, Johnson may have been teasing something that was in the works for Black Adam. A new report suggests Henry Cavill will return as Superman in the movie. According to a new report from
Translation device works.
Amazing.
Ostrich.
Yes, Geekosity. Henry Cavill recently filmed a new scene as Superman for Black Adam.
Whoa. So Heroic Hollywood actually cited Geekosity?
They did.
Wow.
Yes, they did.
Listen, Geekosity's been getting cited in a lot more articles.
Oh, stop it,
lately.
RJ. Stop it, mister. I became a member. You're trying to get in scoops, RJ. Shut up, RJ.
I'm just making an observation, that's all.
Somebody come get her. She's dancing like a stripper. Hey.
RJ joined the cult.
It's not a cult. These are just friends who do everything I say, offer me their bodies for sex, and occasionally kill people in my name. Does that sound like a call to you?
No. Listen, I'm just making an observation, that's all.
Okay, RJ. Yeah, I saw you giving super chats and becoming a member and all that stuff,
It was
too.
one time. It was a peace offering. My God.
Wow, damn. I've actually seen that name around a lot, too, and I'm not even in all that. I saw that on my Google News page. His name pops up.
Listen, Caden, two or three sites is more than normal. Typically, you'd be 0. Now they got to 2. They went from 0 to 2. It's something. I'm just saying. I'm kind of surprised because Umberto doesn't like those guys. I'm kind of shocked that Umberto's website would even promote their article at all.
Well, the report claims that Superman appears in Black Adam's post-credit scenes, so fans shouldn't expect Cavill's Man of Steel to have a significant role in the film. However, this would seem to definitively confirm Cavill is hanging around as the DCEU's Superman. Plans to include Superman in Black Adam's post-credit scene apparently came from Dwayne Johnson himself. The Actors Comic-Con comments about a showdown between Black Adam and Superman, along with Black Adam's animated appearance in the League of Super Pets post-credit scene, certainly seemed to indicate Johnson is keen to face the Man of Steel. Henry Cavill reportedly shot the new Superman scene in the UK in early August, suggesting it has been a last-minute addition to Black Adam. The report also claims he wears his Man of Steel costume in the scene rather than the black suit introduced in Zack Snyder's Justice League. Should the report prove true, DC fans don't have long to wait until they get to see Henry Cavill's Man of Steel once
This is
more.
a make or break moment. I'll say that. If this is not true, my God.
If this
is not true, then Geekosity will say it's still to come.
No, like I'll be honest, and this is not me trying to throw shade because I'm not getting in any more flame wars or nothing. But if this is not true, this does hurt their reputation greatly. So they're riding high on this.
No,
I really think it does.
They'll deflect.
No,
They'll
I'm saying
deflect,
I think this really is it for them. Like this one especially. Like
No. It'll just be like, well, that's not what we were really talking about.
Nah, listen, they've been saying it for like the last 2 months. I think they're quite serious.
Nah. It'll just be like, well, we were
listen.
We were saying that, but like,
listen, I give credit though. Sil got the Batfleck and Aquaman 2 thing right, like a few days before Jason Momoa came out with it. So they do get a couple things here and there. So I mean, listen, I want it to be true. Can you dig it? Can you dig it? I will be honest though. Let's talk about it from this perspective. Okay, I 100% at this point believe Superman's in the movie, in the post-credit scene. The difference is though, do we think it's actually going to be Cavill or is it going to be another Faceless cameo?
I'm worried that it's going to be another
Faceless
cameo. I would love for it to be Cavill. I want it to be Cavill so bad you don't even understand. But I can't even like.
It was the old regime. The old regime faces.
But the old regime still made this movie, though. That's the problem.
Yeah, but the new regime is the one who's making these changes. So he prioritized. I will never forget some of the first words out of Zazal's mouth is what he wants to prioritize, and this would fit right along that, and that would be great. I mean, that would be a good move.
Yeah,
for them.
Here's my thing. I'm expecting a Faceless cameo. To be honest, that's
yeah,
what I'm expecting.
Aim low. Yeah,
I'm aiming low.
That's sad. We have to do that. We have to aim low out of.
Here's the question though, right? If it's a Faceless cameo, still, what does that mean? That she's gonna sneeze.
It means that they haven't come to a.
That's right. My sound is still on, isn't it?
Yeah.
Sorry.
It means that they haven't come to an agreement yet, but I don't think that's the case. You could be 100% wrong. I think they come to an agreement quite some time ago, and it's just not something we publicly known. And I do think that it was important because, like I said, if it wasn't for the fact that the first things he came out and said was the fact, basically intending the fact that we let these major characters languish for a very long time. Everything gets pushed back, but this movie. And the movie that he makes the most sense to be in is the one that's up next. If he's in this movie, if he's in this movie, even if it's for that 10 seconds, that sets not only the stage for what's to come, but it gets us talking in a different way than the things that we've had to talk about. Some of the DC conversations we've had over the last 2 to 3 years have sucked. But that 10 seconds could change a lot as far as the way the conversation is perceived and the way the future projects are received. Because now what? Now we're thinking now what, but in a much more positive way than we are now. Not is the sky falling next, but wow, what's next?
I'm just saying, I'm not being hyperbolic. I mean this dead serious, okay? Genuinely serious here. If it's another Faceless cameo, this movie will not perform well.
No, word of mouth is going to get out.
The word of mouth is going to sink.
Yeah.
I'm telling you this right now. If Cavill's in this movie at the very end, we're talking about a $500 million grossing movie becoming a $700 to $800 million grossing movie.
Wait, are you saying that Henry Cavill is that important to The Rock's movie?
Yes. I think Superman showing up at the end is the make or break moment for this movie. It's not fair per se because it shouldn't rest on a single cameo, but it does at the moment. It does.
And that cameo, but trust me, if it turns out to be true, that's getting leaked sooner than later.
Here's the thing: if they're smart, if Warner Brothers Discovery is smart, here's what you do: you follow the Venom Let There Be Carnage release model, to where you do the fan event screenings in either the U.S. or the U.K. or somewhere. You let them show the fans the post-credit scene, and you let it leak out. You let the hype build up for that, and you say, "Oh yeah, just like Tom Holland's in Venom 2, Cavill's in this movie." You let that leak out, you're going to get a much bigger opening weekend.
And you get to watch all those little grainy, crappy YouTube videos that somebody shot for a week until you get. And you know what? That didn't hurt. Venom 2, they butchered the crap out of that movie just to get to that end credit scene.
Doesn't matter though. The end credit scene's all they want to talk about though.
And that's all people were there for. So I'm all for it. I hope that is the case because, like I said,
Todd here with a $5 super chat says Cavill can't save Black Adam. Let's go to the Magic 8 Ball and see what the answer to that is. Magic 8 Ball, you see the future, you know all. That's why we love you. Oh, Magic 8 Ball from Goodwill for only $1.99. You've already profited me more than I paid for you, about 5 times. I appreciate it. Magic 8 Ball, we asked the question today from Todd Fair. Can Henry Cavill save Black Adam? Mind you, we're not asking it if Henry Cavill's in it, just
if
could
he
save it. And it says, yes, definitely.
Ooh.
I didn't need the 8 Ball for that.
Just to show it.
You're talking about Superman, for one. And you're talking about one of the hottest, most sought-after actors right now. That every time a British something comes up, his name is in the mix. Bond, Highlander, whatever. If something comes up.
Sorry, Todd.
Yeah. Henry Cavill's name is at the top of everybody's lips.
You know, it'd be funny if Cavill's in the movie, he has like a beard, or he has like a mustache.
Oh, that'd be awesome. That'd be awesome.
That'd be hilarious.
Okay, H Bart's here with the $2 super chat says, "Can we have Cavill fight Headless Henry?"
That'll be
that'd be Bizarro. Bizarro will just be a headless Superman.
Will there be? Oh, Magic 8 Ball. H Bart's would like to know: will there be a headless Superman in Black Adam? As I see it, yes.
That means the Rock takes his head off or something. I don't know. I throw that 8 Ball away.
No, man, the 8 Ball's great. I love the 8 Ball. Look at
I think that 8 Ball is malfunctioning. I need to get a new one.
As I see it, yes.
Yeah, I think.
Well, hold on though. It's as the Magic 8 Ball sees it. If the Magic 8 Ball is sitting in the theater and positioned a certain way, he won't be able to see the top of the screen. It'll show his head.
True. Magic 8 Ball could be like way up here somewhere by the turkey, right?
That's what I'm saying though.
Magic 8 Ball. For those of you who didn't see that the turkey is up there,
I didn't see that.
The Magic 8 Ball is like sitting behind the turkey, like up here,
and you can't see the top of the screen.
And you can't see the top of the screen. And Ezra Miller is like sitting down here below them, watching the movie, and Ezra Miller can see Superman's head just fine, Henry Cavill just fine, but not the Magic 8 Ball because it's behind the turkey. So.
Oh my goodness! Like I said, I long for the conversation.
Here's the thing, though: if Black Adam, let's say Black Adam underperforms, we're talking like 400 million, or it doesn't even hit 500 million. Okay, which I think that'd be a disappointment. If it's a disappointment,
can you imagine a headless Black Adam in another movie because he was written into it?
If it's a disappointment, are they going to blame this on The Rock and the movie itself, or the fact that the movie didn't have Cavill in it?
I think there's 3 things you could. Those 2 could be part of it, but the third.
I'm just wondering, like, who's going to get the blame if this movie disappoints?
Oh, they're going to shove it off on the previous regime.
If Cavill's not in it, dude, people are going to revolt. People are already pissed off at the film, but I swear to God, like,
and it's Black Adam. That's. Don't forget, its biggest disadvantage is the fact that it's Black Adam. It has some significant advantages for it. The Rock, you know.
Do you think if this movie disappoints that The Rock is done with DC?
He'll probably do one. I know he'll finish out the Shazam thing. I think he'll do
Shazam versus.
Yeah,
Black
he'll do
Adam.
Shazam versus Black Adam, and then it'll be done. I mean, unless it's so bad that like people are walking out going, "We hate this character. We hate everything."
It would have to bomb, but you got to understand that how much money can you
Yeah.
make off of a?
Because everyone's saying that if the movie flops, he's going to go to the MCU and just go running over there.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Fourth 1,000 here with a $5 super chat. Thanks, buddy. Says first they effed with his face, then he had no face or head at all. Last time he had no body. Will Superman return in full form?
That's all you
Well,
need.
if you piece them together, it becomes one.
Magic 8 Ball.
Potato head.
Will Superman? Hey, it's a fun bit, William. We've been having a good time with it tonight. The first hour almost was nothing but 8 Ball because people love the 8 Ball so much. Don't knock the 8 Ball. Is William old?
No. He's talking about something else.
Yeah, he's talking about will they piece them together? And I'm like, Mr. Potato Head.
Yeah, like Mr. Potato.
I asked if William was old and said, ask again later. How much later? Okay. What do you mean? Will he return in full form? Will Superman return in full form in Black Adam for fourth 1,000?
Yes.
Don't count on it.
Oh no!
All the way. That ball is bringing down the room. Come on.
Just saying, it's fun. We're having fun here.
Cavill, Voltron.
8 Ball is good. 8 Ball is great. See, people love the 8 Ball.
How much did it cost to make? Did it say 190 million?
I don't know, but it was only $1.99 for me to buy.
No, some Black. Caden's saying the budget of Black Adam was 185 million.
So it needs to make.
Yes, Anthony, I liked it.
So 600 million
It's too short.
Is actually.
Wait, so 600 is the break-even point?
Depending. I got to see what the ad budget. We still haven't gotten our ad budget yet.
Well, yeah. If 600 million is the break-even point, RJ, and The Rock's movie makes $750 million, it will be heralded as a huge, overwhelming success.
Oh crap! I'm gonna have to watch the She-Hulk episode right away.
Uh-oh.
I gotta do that too.
Is there something really good?
Apparently, there's a ton of references and setup.
Uh-oh.
So how long is that? Is it another 30-minute episode?
It's actually exactly 30 minutes.
What the hell? Dude, they need to knock that.
But they've been saying it's going to be 9 30-minute episodes. They've been saying that.
At least I get 9 episodes. That would give you 4 hours? Yeah, I mean, hey, Game of Thrones, hour and 5 minutes an episode, damn it.
I know. Well, I'm making my way through Breaking Bad right now. It's great to have some.
That's where you went hill. I noticed you started getting corrupted when you started watching Walter White, and turn that shit off. That's changed your brain.
I never went heel.
Oh man, no. I've noticed a difference in you since you started watching Breaking Bad.
It's also called college and stress. And
man, you've gone straight evil some days.
I would never go evil. And I don't got it in me.
Caden says, and Caden is the bastion of all that is
the break-even point.
Hollywood. $550 million is the break-even point.
For a project that wasn't there, so I don't know how to look at it.
I think 550 is
to be honest with you,
manageable.
This previous regime,
very cool, bro.
Like I said, unless you push Black Adam all the way back, you don't have a lot of run-up to it. And the run-up time was wasted by the previous guys. The campaign for this movie has not been good. So that's got that against it. So I can't really blame that on Dwayne Johnson one way or another. The ad campaign for Black Adam has not been good so far.
H-Bart says The Rock is one of those people who would only be your friend if it makes him money.
Hey.
I believe it. Well, there you go, folks.
So what did we learn today?
We learned that
the Magic 8 Ball is always right.
We learned that the Magic 8 Ball was a huge success for the show, and
it's going to return.
It's going to return. It will be a staple mark of the show. We'll put him right over here next to.
At least get one that works.
It works, dude. It works just fine. I don't know what you're talking about, bro. The Magic 8 Ball works.
Yeah, be careful where you put that. I'm kind of scared it's gonna fall.
Yeah, the blue ink all over the damn place.
Oh no, I don't want to do that.
No, it's not gonna fit there.
There we go. I don't know. I was trying to get it to prop up so people could see the 8, but I don't know. Maybe right there.
We'll find a place for it.
Here, I can just do this. Look at there.
There you
Magic 8 Ball just sits right
that works.
Magic 8 Ball sits right there. We'll get Hulk Hogan's boot out of the way there. And Hulk Hogan was like sitting right there. It's like, hey brother, what's up with that 8 Ball? I don't know what's going on. All right, folks. Hey, there is a little fun thing, though, with these superpower action figures that they just released by McFarlane. Did you know that they have a Flash that's being seen in California? And in this style, the Batman Who Laughs. Isn't that crazy?
Wow.
And coming out is Wonder Woman and Reverse Flash.
Batman Who Laughs is one of them.
Guys, I'm not evil just because I watch a show.
Nah, dude, nah.
Now, come on. If you can be evil for having to cut a show, you can be evil.
Teddy
for
Bear
watching a
RJ that I met back in December is gone. He has been replaced.
Nah, I don't agree with that.
Yeah, see.
I don't know. The RJ that we met back before has been through quite a lot. Yes.
I've been through quite a lot. That's because YouTube is scary.
Ooh, should the 8-Ball get its own show on the Poindexter Pantheon?
The 8-Ball
That's the
show?
question. The 8-Ball show. I still got to make the Skeletor show. I got to get Skeletor to come back and do his show. Hey, Skeletor, you going to do your show?
Thank you, Michelle. At least someone here is looking out for me. Thank you, Michelle. It's very nice of you.
Yeah, but Michelle doesn't watch all the time.
Wow.
Michelle doesn't see when you're evil.
No, Droga, I'm not watching that with my dad.
Yo, RJ.
Poindexter Lounge with 8-Ball featuring Enosh.
Did you watch Game of Thrones, RJ?
Okay. So the story with Game of Thrones is I got to season 3. I finished season 3. I never finished the show. So that is the next thing I'm going to work on. That's what I'm going to work with after Breaking Bad. So
you what? No, Game of Thrones comes before Breaking Bad.
See, everyone told me otherwise. I asked people, should I go Breaking Bad or Game of Thrones? Everyone said Breaking Bad. So I went with
those people out of your life.
It was over 300 people who voted.
Oh.
By the way, I was just sent a clip of Henry Cavill showing up at the end of Black Adam. You ready?
You Superman octopus now.
Is that Super Friends?
Yes.
This is a job for Superman.
He looks so old.
Quick, Robin, the bat gas.
Yeah, you need to be watching Game of Thrones, man.
Let's go to William and Enosh down in Vegas. They're going to go to the gym together. That's what they're going to do.
Yeah, brother, we're going to mix it up, brother.
No,
by the end of the night, somebody's going to be
moist, wet.
No, here's the thing, though. It's going to be like Rocky. Like, when Enosh and William finally meet, it's going to be like Rocky 3. You know, it's like they have that private match in the gym, in the boxing ring.
They're not even boxing.
Oh, that's mean, Caden. You think you'd break a hip doing that?
Don't break a hip, William. He can't break a hip anymore because they've all been replaced with titanium at this point. I mean, the bones only last so long, man. He's ancient, but the bones have to be revitalized. So he's been rebuilt. He's been remade. They had the technology. They've rebuilt. If William has any chance, it's that he has robotic parts now.
Yeah. Let's be fair, though, William. Breaking Bad is pretty good.
William is Apollo Creed's trainer.
That guy's in better shape than Enosh. What were you saying?
Says the man who's not here. Okay.
Yeah. No, I was saying you got to admit Breaking Bad's a good show, though. I'm not going to argue the choice.
It's good, but it's not Game of Thrones level, man.
Some say it's the better show. I don't know. It just depends on your perspective.
Yes, I mean, but it's Game of Thrones is the new show is premiering now. The hype is now. I mean, I guess Better Call Saul just wrapped up, but that wasn't the same level. I don't know. I guess I thought you'd be into it. I thought you'd be into Thrones, man. I thought that was.
No, I'm not. It's not like I'm not into Thrones. It's more so like I have an issue where I don't watch TV and
You really should like it. I mean, because that's
what makes it so popular.
When's that other one though? The Lord of the Rings one premiered. Isn't that this week?
That is, I think, 2 weeks from now. It's in September.
Sorry about that.
And Andor. Oh, Enosh, are you gonna see the re-release of Rogue One this weekend?
No.
Oh.
No, I got it on Blu-ray. I can watch it.
But you're getting exclusive first look at Andor.
Yeah.
It's the only look I ever need to see it.
I'll watch it when it comes out. I'll see it when it comes out.
Are you going to see the Spider-Man No Way Home re-release?
No.
Wow.
There's nothing significant.
Not even Grace Randolph is going to that stuff.
Dude, it's an extra 12 minutes.
Oh, who cares? It's an extra 12 minutes of what? Hey, I'm Spider-Man. You're Spider-Man. Are you Spider-Man? Look at that butt. Oh my gosh. Where do you got your webs from? What your webs are from inside you? Let's make a funny joke about that.
The re-release game. Sorry.
Actually, it's probably just 12 minutes of Ned.
What about the re-release of Avatar?
No, oh hell no.
I barely endured the first release.
What about the re-release of Jaws?
I'm gonna try to stop the re-release of
There's
Avatar.
there's a lot of re-releases this month. Also, all September's mostly re-releases. What about Jaws? No Jaws? The release.
I'd go see Jaws. You know when I want to. You know when the next time I want to see Jaws is like outside of my house is there's a lake around here. We have a man-made lake called Lake Callis. And it's a small, like, swimming lake. But what they do is they set up a huge inflatable screen out on the water, and you can actually be in an inner tube or a thing like that, and you actually float out in the water while watching Jaws in the dark.
I've seen videos of that.
Even though you're in a man-made lake and like you know that you're in a safe environment, that's gotta like mess with your psyche. You know what I mean? Just a little bit.
Arachnophobia, and somebody comes up behind you and touches
you. You know what I mean? It's like you're in the water. I know there's no sharks in the lake, Forth, but I'm just saying, like there would just be something different about being in the water. You know?
Yeah. I don't do re-releases. Like I said,
are you gonna go see this, RJ?
No.
I thought I got rid of that guy.
You're not gonna go see that? I hear that it's like a really great show.
Do you see what Axel keeps doing on Twitter though?
No.
So I put out like, what show should I watch with my dad? Should I watch Breaking Bad with my dad? Should I watch Game of Thrones with my dad? He's never seen Game of Thrones, and Axel's like, just watch porn with them. He keeps saying that repeatedly. He keeps saying that in my Twitter mentions, like, watch porn with them.
You should watch. Are your parents still together?
Yeah.
Or do you have a stepmom?
No, they're still together.
Okay, I was gonna say you could watch stepmom porn with him. That wouldn't be awkward at all.
I'm regretting coming on. Now I'm scared.
Don't regret. H Barts with a $2 super chat says, "Ever watch Don't Be Afraid of the Dark?" Yes. Magic 8 Ball. Where's the Magic 8 Ball? Magic 8 Ball's back here in his proper place. Okay, Magic 8 Ball. Have you ever watched Don't Be Afraid of the Dark? Cannot predict now. Is William what is to be afraid of in the dark?
Yeah. Bump into me in the dark, Alex.
My reply is no. Apparently the 8 Ball's not afraid of you, William.
Listen.
I mean, nobody is, but the 8 Ball, even the piece of plastic with blue ink in it, is not afraid of you.
Unless you do something. I'm a docile individual until something happens to me. Then, hey.
It's on its way, bro. It's on its way. Should be there.
Oh, by the way, Enosh, have you checked out She-Hulk yet?
I did. I saw episode 1. I sure did.
Oh, do you like it?
Yeah, it's good. You know what? That's why I did that. Well, that's why I was watching that guy's review of it, because, a lot of people made a bigger deal of it than it was.
Yeah, it's kind of sucked to, like, the entire conversation last week has just been, like, nonsensical and over the top.
I know, but I mean, look, I'm just being honest with it. I'm not being over sensitive about it or sensical about it, just over the top about it. There are some things that are kind of stupid, but I don't think it's just because of her. I think it's just because it's the Hulk. I feel like the MCU in general has it is so defanged the Hulk, man. You know what I mean?
No, and I think that's my hope, though, and I keep saying this. I think it's setting up a potential new movie that will fix that.
Maybe
I think
where
that
Hulk
we are
ranges out.
I think we're going to get World War Hulk.
When you say that, I'm like, where are they going to fit
Day 6,
that
dude.
in?
Day 6 before Secret Wars.
You're going to be, dude. We'll all be beyond 40 by the time they get to that.
No. But remember, William, they're just going to take the name. It's not going to, like, I think we're getting some kind of Hulk movie is coming out in the next couple of years.
But if it's World Hulk in any sense, it's got to take them all. It's going to take all the people that are currently tied up in these other storylines. I mean, that's an all-encompassing story. Even if you just do, I mean,
basically, what I heard was that the idea for this is that he's going to go out to space. He's going to find out he had a kid, Scar, and then he's going to come back to Earth because there's a bunch of Hulks running around because of experiments or blood or I don't know what's going on. But it's like, I don't know. Either way, I think we're going to get Rage Hulk back because I think Marvel is smart enough to where they know that they need to do something with the Hulk. Because I don't think from their perspective the character sucks per se, but I think they realize they need to like evolve him again to make him compelling. And again, if they get the movie rights back to where they can make a movie, I think that the sky's the limit. They'll do a lot more with
World War Hulk without that, because they could just basically make it as an ensemble movie. They wouldn't even need to. There's very little that they need to do with Universal as far as being able to do a Hulk movie in that regard. Because there's not going to be a Hulk movie that doesn't feature some Avenger. Even if it was a solo movie on its own, there's going to be some Avenger in there.
By the way, Tick Tick Boom is an awesome movie.
Yeah, so
fantastic movie.
We're past the point of Hulk just being in a movie by himself, rights or no rights. But still, though, I just think we got all these other things that they got planned. Where are they going to stick that where it's not going to overlap?
I don't know, man. All I'm saying is about the show is that there's just so many issues with Hulk already, where Hulk just has no balls whatsoever. He has no. Mark Ruffalo is the most boring, just drab thing to watch, even if he's green. I can't with him, it seems like, anymore. And then she comes in, and I was fine with her. I really kind of liked her at first. And honestly, there's a lot of things that I do like about her. But at some point, I was getting kind of annoyed by her. There was some stuff that they like totally hit right on the nose, like that they were just trying to telegraph. It's like, well, no, I have more rage than you because I've been through this and I've been through this, and it kind of I gotta agree with some of the criticism that it does negate a lot of what Bruce Banner has been through in the last 15 years as Hulk, dealing with this alter ego, dealing with fighting, dealing with trying to control his rage and anger and being treated the way that he was been treated and going through the stuff, being on the lam and all those things. And it's like, yeah, I get it. Listen, being catcalled, it sucks and it's going to make you pissed off and you're going to be angry and you got to, control your anger or whatnot. I get that. But the way in which, my goodness, like, dude, if they went after Rey in Star Wars for being too much of a Mary Sue, like the fact that like there's no, like it feels like they were trying to do a training montage and it just ended in nah. You know what I mean? Like it was just like, hey, here's this training, but it's like I don't need your help. I don't need your help. I figured it out.
The interesting thing is that her character doesn't want to be a hero, right?
Yeah.
And I think across the course of the show, she's going to be proven to be wrong. Like she can't have it her way all the time.
That's been her character from conception. The conception of She-Hulk.
No, I don't mind the personality so much as just like this kind of the slap in the face to Hulk, like like I just don't care. I got this better than you. I've had it worse than you.
But I don't think she knows really, because like the MCU really hasn't gone into like a much of his like backstory beyond like some hints in the 2008 movie.
Yeah,
right?
He's got psychosis. He's got issues.
Yeah, and they haven't really dived into that yet. So my hope is that going forward, we kind of hear more about that kind of stuff. And I don't know. Like I said, I think there's a lot more they can do with Hulk.
And don't you think there's a little bit? And I get it that like he was ready for one thing and not ready for the other thing as far as like attacking him. But like in what was it, Avengers, where the alien ship's coming down, it's behind him and stuff, and he just like hulks out real quick and he just like punches the thing.
Oh yeah, it's a great moment.
Great moment. And I get it that like he was prepared for it, he was ready for it, he turns around, goes right into it, right? But you just pull a Jeep out and just kind of.
Well, remember though, it's Smart Hulk. It's not normal Hulk. It's a different version of Hulk that's like, I think, purposely weaker. It's not like the Rage monster, right? So.
Yeah,
and that's not to negate your criticism. By the way, I understand your criticism.
I just don't think it's. Look, it was fine. I liked it. I'm looking forward to the next episode. It's not like I'm like, oh, it's woke, I'm not watching it. Like, I don't feel that way about it. I just feel like there's just some things in it that I was like, these are problems that I have with Hulk now, and it's just like, and I feel like it's just going right to her, where it's just like, none of this really needs to be, and she's. I'm really I can't have a whole show of her just going on about how hard she has it as a woman. You know what I mean? So like,
yeah, I don't think that's going to be the whole show. Here, well, let me let you know about the episode actually. So originally this was going to be episode 8, but they decided to rework it to be the pilots. They would do the origin at the beginning of the show. So from here on out, it's going to be more comedic focus, more like legal case of the week kind of stuff, and her dealing with the Abomination storyline. So.
Even though in the comic, exactly how she acted when she explained that moment of her rage, that's exactly how she would have been written. So when they did this show, not a lot of people do this, but they wrote her as accurately as she's ever been portrayed. That is her. You know, that is her. She's always explained how she deals with this stuff, and how when she's She-Hulk, people look at her differently now. I mean, it's all.
Yeah, I mean, this is like straight up Dan Slott and John Byrne, especially. Like, this is all John Byrne, because John Byrne wrote the most iconic run of She-Hulk. Like, all the show is his DNA.
He got to the point where he got accused of being a feminist. John Byrne got accused of being a feminist, which I think is hilarious. But that's her
and I know she breaks the fourth wall, right?
Yeah, she did way back in the 80s. Yeah.
Okay, and so she did that for like half a second. So it'll be interesting to see how they bring that.
That was
into,
that was the first step, and now we're
because
we
know that Deadpool, breaks the fourth wall.
Yeah,
so
that's gonna be interesting.
So this will be very interesting to see, like in an MCU movie. Like, why? How? You know what I mean? Like how is that a thing in this movie, in the MCU? You know what I mean? Like, and if her and Deadpool ever share screen time together,
how would that work?
What was that?
Dude.
What?
I don't know if heard.
Breaking Bad. You're doing something. Yeah, that's.
Oh, was that me?
Yeah, it was you.
Oh, I didn't hear anything. That was weird.
Yeah, it was strange. No, it just, I don't know, man. It just, like, it'll be interesting to see how they, and look, if She-Hulk and Deadpool ever share screen time together, I mean, like, how do you describe that? Like, is it the same thing? Is it different? Like, I don't know. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. It's just weird. And, like, honestly, I just really don't like Hulk right now in the MCU. I feel like Hulk is a shell of himself, and they've just done everything.
Headset's going out, by the way. I think like it's starting because it's like echoing in and out now. Now it's like making weird noises. I'm gonna have to get a new headset now.
She-Hulk has always has for the most part of her character since she's been a single. She's done that. Whereas Deadpool's character did not start out doing that.
No, Rob Liefeld, when Deadpool was originally created, he was like a very serious character. They really didn't do any of that.
Yeah, he was a serious mercenary when they first created him. And they've changed his character a lot. But her character has been pretty much consistent for the majority of the time she's been around.
I just want to know if they're going to make her like team with the Fantastic Four at any point.
I think she would guest star with him like she did. Just like Spider-Man would. I mean, just as she would guest star with him. I mean, help them out. I mean, be a supporting character, be a lawyer if they needed it. I mean, just perfect placement for her there. But like I said, I like the first episode.
Again, it's doing that again.
Yeah, both hands, buddy. But I don't know. I was a fan. I love her. I love that actress though, so I'm biased. So I might have liked it. It might have not been as good as I thought because I like that particular actress.
Come on, Fourth. Come on.
See, that right there is the comment that we needed. 4 hours, 1 minute, and 30 seconds. I heard She-Hulk throws a bus at a man who was man-spreading on the bus. Does she take him out of the bus first? Or does she throw a bus at the guy while he's on a bus?
2008 Hulk was great.
That's great. Yeah, better than 2003 Hulk.
Yeah, let's talk about the Ang Lee movie.
You know, Ed Norton in the Manhunter remake is Red Dragon.
Jade says, "Hey guys, need some room sometimes." Amen to that, sister. Just saying, depending upon the pants I'm wearing, sometimes I gotta, ain't nothing worse than being in public as a guy and having to adjust. Oof. The questions that go through your head: how am I gonna do this? How am I gonna get away with it? Or an itch? God forbid you have an itch. It's called the pinch and twist. Every guy knows the pinch and twist.
Pinch and twist.
Yeah, it's the pinch and twist. It's basically you pinch and you twist when you get that itch. So anyways, great show, good time. Thanks to everyone who was here. Thank you, William. Thank you, RJ. Thank you, Justin, who showed up and was here for quite a while tonight. Appreciate those guys and all you guys. And go support RJ there at Marvel Maniac. Of course, go support William at the Sci-Fi Center and watch William right here on Poindexter Lounge weekly. He's got a few different shows he's doing. He's been doing the overnight show lately on Saturday nights, which seems to be working out pretty well for him.
I know. He's trying to get ready to replace you. He's going to try and do all the overnight shows.
Oh, this one's going to be tough because we got Rocky Horror this week at the same time we would do it. So I know I'm doing a Friday show for sure because I got my laptop back. So now we're set up there. I don't know how late it would be appropriate to go on Saturday night, but we're doing Rocky Horror Saturday night. So after we're done breaking down, either that, if you're not doing anything Sunday, I might do an overnight on Sunday. It all depends on how this weekend's packed. A lot of Game of Thrones, lots of TV shows, a lot of wrestling.
Lots of stuff going on for sure. Don't forget to visit our sponsors, Bully Sticks Direct at bullysticksdirect.com. We got a lot of great stuff there. And, of course, you can save 10% off your entire order by simply using the promo code Poindexter. All right, and go follow us on TikTok. Follow Bully Sticks Direct here on YouTube and on TikTok. That helps me. And have some fun with it too. Because if you want to see lots of cute videos of my dogs doing funny stuff, go view Bully Sticks Direct on TikTok. A lot of fun. All right. Thank you, guys. Like I always say, don't let anybody tell you that your fandom doesn't matter. And don't tell anybody that their fandom doesn't matter either. But seek to have good conversations. And we don't have to be jerks to enjoy stuff, right? And you don't have to be a jerk to enjoy the thing that you enjoy. Just remember that. Seek to have good conversations. Treat everybody with respect. And as long as you do that, there will always be a place for you here in the Poindexter Lounge. Until next time, see you later. Bye-bye.